Sorry, Arm. I really don't want to do double rogue. If I heal though, I got you. But sorry, I'm not feeling double rogue. I don't really like double melee. Like if I was playing my mage, but my mage is like not ready for viewer twos. I don't even think I could care if I could play with myself and clone myself. I don't even think I could carry my mage, man. So I'm not gonna put someone else through that yet. It is no Calvish M. How you doing, Tars? Any healers want a free carry? Come sign up. I got a shuffle going on the other WoW. First come, first served. I have 2 gear sets, so since I'm fighting double DPS, I just put on the Versa. The mastery is high because Shaman is giving me a little bit. How you doing, Hayes? I would go get combat that. That doesn't really mean anything. Try to banish that. He's not playing flag, so I try to read this. I have to trinket anyway. But his trinket though. Banish the go. You have 2 charges of Vanish. They're both 2 minutes, and they don't give you cooldown reduction anymore. I Shadow Melded. There's one. Light off. Racial. Oh, game doesn't want me to load out. Oh, there we go. All the macros are on the Discord. It's like a combination of having like cancel aura, meld, stealth, cheap shot in my cheap shot, and then pressing meld. It's a lot faster to just do that. It's like having to move forward or like having to wait for a while. Like pressing meld and stealth together is like multiple presses and it's slow and laggy. Like pressing meld and stealth separately on different keybinds while also pressing an ability is like 3 presses. When you could just press like meld cheap shot really quickly. About to grow out, true. It's still kind of slow. It's 3 presses. Try to just pressing Shift C in 1. You're still having to press the stealth action. Especially if you play T without subterfuge, where you don't have that safety window where you need it to go off instantly before a dot fix or some random AoE pulses permanently baked into their character, puts you in combat. Or some random pet hits you like in between the meld. Because meld bugs out like half the time. Just life recursion is fine. Letting this clone go off. Sucks that we hexed with it, but. Yeah, all the macros and UI stuff are all in the Discord, so you should just go in there. How you doing, Gilsu? Just really enjoying Blitz. Nice. I haven't queued it in a bit. I still need to push the end of the season for it. Donovan, thank you for the gift. Went to my Twitch chat. And the alert played, but I don't see it on the activity. That's weird. Obviously, I see it in Twitch chat, so. And I played the alert. That's. Tried to melt that, almost had it. That's a good clone. I was gonna sap this blind off the kick. Might still get the sap though. Lasso. I have a lot of damage out of this though. I think I just kill him with a bomb. Didn't even get to secret tech. Is we're feeling in retail? Outlaw's like good in like tournaments and stuff for like dampening, but it's really boring. And then Asa is pretty noob friendly, but it's not that great. I would say like the only like good melee really are just like Outlaw and Feral. Like they're in everything. They're just the most mobile, tanky, Mortal Strike applier with good micro CC. And just good quality of life. I'd say Feral has the most quality of life though. Because you don't have to worry about getting rooted, you don't have to worry about getting poly, you don't have to worry about getting disarmed. You just get to have fun the whole game. I mean, it's pretty extinct. I'm literally the #1 sub-rogue at like 2560, which would be like the number 12 outlaw rogue or the number like 40 BM hunter. You basically can go hundreds of shuffles at high rating without ever seeing a single sub-rogue. It's pretty much extinct. Not to say that like Calvish or, you know, me or Explicit or someone can't like push it and just play it as a worse version of Outlaw. But yeah, most people don't play it except for me. I'm bored of Outlaw. And the season doesn't end probably till February. So I'm just playing what I enjoy. until it's like the end of the season. Talking about recent tuning, it's really bad. No sub rogue buff, no outlaw nerf, no feral nerf, no BM hunter nerf, no. There's like a small HPL nerf, but HPL will still be broken. And I don't feel like they're changing anything ever. Last thing we need is more pet classes all over the screen with Unholy. Like, I think DK needed something, and it was stupid that Blood DK was the best DK spec. But, yeah, it turns out he was like a 45-minute drive away, and then there was rush hour, and then it took forever to get back, and then I ended up working on some stuff for the mobile stream instead. Yeah, it just feels like we were still playing Dragonflight. We're 4 months into this expansion, 4 months into a 6-month season. We're on like week 14 or week 15 or something. And it feels like it's been out for a year and a half. And it's not the drought, it's not the second year of MMR issues and the whole ladder needing a rework. It's just like the class design and all of this PvE rotation being how you play PvP stuff. With all the micro CCs and all the AoE breaking everything, and hero talents just don't seem like they fit for PvP at all. They're just like, oh, here's an extra passive that makes your job clunkier for like every class. Like, oh, you know, you get to AoE break CC this way instead of AoE break CC that way. Oh, this one will keep you in combat and break you out of stealth 500 times. Or, you know, like almost every class, there's just like a negative interaction that feels kind of just buggy with hero talents for like. And then some, it's just like buggy in a good way for them to be OP in a way that doesn't seem balanced for PvP either. Like Sentinel root, not really DRing with other roots and potentially rooting multiple times in a row when it was getting dispelled. Like, it just doesn't seem like they did any thought into the PvP side of things when they made hero talents. It was just, you know, here's your new passive if we don't want to add new abilities. They're almost more of like tier sets than they are. We got Hayes. Thank you so much, man. 2 for the day. I mean, Karma was massive, right? And it just gets bopped or cloaked anyway. The damage buff is far worth it. Like, Windwalker wasn't that squishy anymore. And Karma wasn't breaking anymore. Like, it used to just break to, like, being auto-attacked, practically. Now it's pretty sizable if you can do it. You, like, even with Blades, and I do, like, 5 Abysses, I don't really break it. I don't know. Like, the damage trade-off is way worth that. I'm not sure if I have. There's a lot of bands I have like in a folder that people have been recommending to me that I just haven't really got a chance to look into because I usually just have a 16-hour playlist on shuffle and I don't really go looking for new stuff that often. And I also let it autoplay stuff that's not in the playlist too. To play Mob Classic? Yeah, but it's so far away. And I can't really afford to stream full time till then, so probably be going part time in the next month or two. Because viewership in general for retail is just down by like half to 80% for most people, and I don't know how to be a fake vanilla role player, and I don't see the vanilla roleplay shit ending anytime soon, and the season isn't ending till February, and I have a no interest credit card with the interest kicking in about 4 months that I've been neglecting a little bit because I've been so paycheck to paycheck. And I also, you know, don't even want to think about student loans if they ever get turned on, and then I also have to worry about my taxes. And I can't really afford everything right now. The support has been great this week, but yeah, I think unless I could go back to just seeing actual growth and being like a 200 plus viewer Andy and watching the follower number go up every stream and feel like something's going on, just doesn't seem feasible to play WoW, and playing any other game is just restarting my channel over. Even if I play WoW for like 6 hours and then try to play another game for like 2 hours, it just doesn't work for me. I've tried it. Then you're just padding some AFK lurkers, and then you might as well just be view botting, and it just doesn't actually like if you play WoW long enough to like have, you know, 100 lurkers out of 150 or something, and then you go play a different game where you would have 20 viewers streaming it on its own, and then the lurkers get you to like 70 even though they're just AFK, and then that lets you kind of be findable in the directory, and then you're able to stream that other game at like, you know, 80 or 90, and you know, all that extra effort for just people that are AFK, you know, is not actually translating to that much income or like growth or anything like that. And every time I play any other game, I actually end up losing followers. Even if I like say, you know, I'm not quitting WoW or anything like that, like I will lose multiple days worth of followers for just like playing PoE for 4 hours. It's just like, okay. And it's just, it's sad, but it is what it is. Alright, we got a shuffle on Europe. And it's just, I can't afford to take a gamble, like restarting my entire channel on another game or anything like that. And I want Arena to be good, but I feel like it's been on life support for a while. Yeah, I'm playing on Europe right now, on the shuffle. The 2v2 is on NA, this is on Europe. Shuffle. But yeah. Like Mob Classic could be good for me for like a season or two, but I don't even think Mob Classic will make it all the way through, even without PvE gear, just because I think people will get bored of Warlocks, and they're not going to do any quality of life changes probably. Like they're not going to add solo queue or like anything good to the game. They just make the classics for the PvEers. And like I'm surprised they even give out Gladiator and Rank 1 titles, to be honest. With how little they care. Like it wouldn't surprise me if they even cancel AWC Season 2 with how the numbers are going. Yeah, Warlocks are like all of MoP when we're playing the late patch. Like the beginning obviously was like some Warriors and Hunters and Ferals and stuff, but late MoP is just Windwalker lock, Hunter lock, Ellie lock, Boomy lock, Mage lock, Shadow play. You can't really avoid them. They're the whole ladder. I'll duel the Emerald when he actually presses, or he can just win trade. Affliction and Demo. Yeah, I think the balance team is just like insanely incompetent. Like I don't even know why they make any PvP tuning changes with how wildly ignoring the numbers they are. Like there's no way they can let things like HPAL and BM Hunter and stuff like that slide when they're like 40% of the ladder. I was gonna gouge off that, but forgot I gouged the last Nully. Precog because of my cheap shot as an interrupt. I might be dead soon. I have a vanish. I'm being a little greedy. Is it the vertical layout and not the I have two YouTube streams going on, Noah. You might have gone to the wrong one. I have a vertical layout and a horizontal layout. That might be like the one for the vertical. Or did I somehow get them out of order? Yeah. Mostly it's good for the algorithm because you actually can show up in like the shorts feed. But yeah. Maybe I lined up S Arena wrong. I think it's bugged out because I didn't make my UI perfect on Europe. So S Arena's kind of in the wrong spot. Cool if he pops Emerald. Got Burrow. I should not have done the Shadow Strike on Ret. It removed my stacks on Shaman. He was one stack from being done. I get the buff though from killing the totems with Shadow Strike. Go get the nullies off with Meld. My Meld bugs, of course, so I have to vanish. He removes it at the same time that I cheap shot, so I refresh his DR. Feels bad. I was just trying to get the nulls off. Maybe Shaman. Got Bubble. Pick this guy. Got Emerald. 2 energy star to duel it. I duel him now though, defensively. And just for some free CC. Stun Ret to cover Sank. Oh, he traps him. Okay, that works too. Stun. Try to blind the off heals. Breaks, of course. DR lasso on me. Step kick sleep in a second. I'll just kick Stormkeeper actually, because I don't want to die. Gouge the alien out. Get Stormkeeper up. Good grounding. You win like next global if I live, but oh, he actually lives. That's crazy. I have Cloak in 2. Defensively bombing. Should make me live long enough to get to the vanish. Still without CC. Feels like Elder Scrolls. Yeah, I have a specific way to like crop certain UI elements from the game, so I can kind of zoom it in crazy and then like crop every target, focus, arena frame, and all that into place. Otherwise, you just end up with just like a target frame where you just rely on nameplates to convey all the info. I mean, you can't see cast bars, I guess, unless you look at S Arena, but in the top right, the mobile layout. But yeah, at the end of the day, you're not supposed to see everything on mobile. It's just eyes that bubble. No, quest is nice. I actually greed this turtle. That's insane. Emerald doesn't give combat, so I get a sap. A resap. Do a kidney. He's gonna get sanked though. Some sank. A re-cheap shot. Time stop, I guess. Is that better than Outlaw? No, Outlaw's. Ellie pre-walled, so we're going the ret. Take a Viscrit, he dies to that bubble. Hope he used land hands. From that. Finished my stacks. Go get some millies off. Got one. Got twice. We're good to get thrice. On all three. Hopefully this breaks. Ominous, I guess. Flop. Could blind off the kick, but not worth. Can blind that though. Might be dead here. Try to kick Spirit Bloom. Dead here. Nice, he actually tops me. I can kill the shaman. Nice. Not playing T. I prefer Subterfuge. I can just make more outplays with it. Not making sub look so good. I mean, it's because 2300 EU is like 1600 NA. You know, like I don't know. be able to tap this because Emerald doesn't apply combat. Oh, he stays combat with for nothing. Nice. I guess I have Age. I'm dying on our go. Step kick in a sec. Okay. Guess I'm vanishing because I'm just dying. Done everything. NA is actually worse. NA generally is worse, yeah. That's why. There's just so much drama when both regions are bad. But like if that was a 2-5 lobby, sub wouldn't be viable. But yeah. Or like 2-6. Also, I just kind of got lucky that there wasn't like 2 H-Pals. Like dragon lobbies are good for me because the dragons can die and the dragons actually help me kill. It was like 4 melee and like some H-Pals. Like Truffle is literally gambling. You just need 2 characters and you just play your ult till it passes your main, then you play your main till it passes your ult. And you just keep gambling. It was one of the lobbies, the very few lobbies I get that's like actually playable classes for me. I mean, the Ellie and the BM Hunter should have did better, but... And Rets are a little scary, but nice that there wasn't 2 H-Pals. Or like a warrior. Yeah, as broke as the WoW arena player community economy, you know. There's probably still more than people are playing arena. All my goals on my other character, but I am down to like 300k. Wait, do I not have the mastery buff? Oh, there we go. I think Groat does. AoE Groat is stupid and bad for the game. And so is Bleed Execute. I hate Asurug. It shouldn't be bursting harder than a sub rogue either. Just has way too much quality of life. Actually let him death that, but is what it is. Guess we just AFK a bit since we wasted our DRs. We got a shuffle. 4 out of 6 though, hasn't loaded yet. I think it's that late for no reason, even though I'm not even dancing or anything. He gets Hex on his trinket without deathing it. Oh, SG ownable. I hate that we've wasted stun DR like twice now. Really limits what I can do. Alt tab, take the shuffle again. Okay with this Hex for free. Good. Put the paint stuff out of the way. The overlap picks there. I think we're dead, bro. I got 30 seconds on my shuffle, I'm sorry. Got you after this. I think we're behind there anyway, but gotta focus on the chef. We unfortunately summoned the double Holy Paladin lobby, so we just undid the 6-0 we just got. There's no way I'm carrying this, but good DFA for mobility for fun. Pick. Would go to Kitty the healer, but he has sack up for a bit. I can't really blind off the kidney yet. He just grips him in for his own combo anyway. I'll meld this poly on me. Take a Vis crit. Get immediately DB'd on my trinket. I just get ruptures on everything just to AFK more. Gouge that doesn't interrupt. I can blind off that Hodge there. Evade for Damberduck. Maybe sap trinket. Gouge trinket. Okay, I get DB'd. My DK is probably dead here. Full sheep on my healer. Hunter pre-Ross is air. The rage cancels this altar. I have the most damage, but I might just be dead here. really. DK only did like 2.5 times my damage. Or only just 2 times, but. That trinket? Oh, the ping didn't let me do it. And we got Ross. I'm gonna wait on DKDR before I can H-Pal. Because DK's on DR for 3 more. Kenny for sheep now. Take a Viscrit. Just on H-Pal in case he doesn't get it. He bubbled, so I'll just duel. On H-Pal. And DK. Do a big Abyss crit. And it blinds us defensively. Didn't Blades there yet, and we got a lot there. Damage from the Hunter. Stop the trap attempt. Vanish. Post on healer and DK. Is our win right here? And mine sack. I think I'm just dead here. Probably still had land hands for me, but using micro CC. I think this is just a 6-0 for the DK somehow. And I guess the mage beats the hunter, but I didn't get the mage a win. Yeah, I guess the mage just goes 0-6, even though, because he should be able to still win mage hunter though, I think, but we won one of the rogue DK rounds into mage hunter, so he's kind of fucked. Hoping RMP would be able to beat DK Hunter, it should, but we just didn't go for enough CC, and H-Pal is obnoxious to kill in a 2-minute game. DFA bugged out. He sacked my blind, I'm bad. Probably 3 times, and Searing Glared. Hunter might die without turtling here. Pops aggro. Hunter's gonna die. Slam hands. Guy's giving me a heart attack. Kills a bop the second time. Well, that sucks. I don't know how Thug Cleave loses to a mage. I mean, yeah, there's H-Pels screwing me over, but... Yeah, I guess it's just a 6-0 for the DK. Couldn't be, but... The way it's going. It's the only one doing any damage. Pop aggro. It might be dead here. Not block at least. Honestly, I should just be going the healers more, I think. Mages are way too immortal to ever try to hit. Him just blink stunning multiple times is crazy. Alter. And then alter pretty much every other go too. I picked up a ping. I'm like committed to the mage now because I already got his block, but I meld bug so I don't get a cheap shot into gouge. Do a gouge into kidney though. I'll just go H-Pal with it. Fuck it. Got a bop out of the way. Got second block. Could just bomb it, because it's not really going to get a good bomb anyway against this. Just keeps him at half. I think my DK might die here though. Probably bubbles. Running through the ring. DK is just soloing this guy through lay. Let him no blink. Nice string. I get Panda'd and Snowdrift and Novad. Can't gouge because he has sack. I actually can die in the next like 2 globals if my pally doesn't have like something huge for me. Bops me. Waiting if I want to cancel it or let the mage steal it. I cancel it now. I'm probably dead this global. I vanish in 1 second. I guess I hold it until he steals it, but... I was going for it. Thought I would make it to the vanish. But yeah, that's the DK's only loss, which means I only get probably 1 win. Sucks. Undoes the last 6-0 I just got. Because we got 2 H-Pals. Last lobby was fun because there was 2 dragons. So it was just way less damp. I mean, I just shouldn't really go mage, even with Thug Cleave. I have too many CDs to rotate to go through personals and healer shit. I should just smart the healer. It's like half the amount of cooldowns I have to go through. Tried to DFA that, but I couldn't move. DFA the stun at least. And we're dead, run away. He has turtle, but he's greeting. He's gonna die without turtling. Turtle's at like 2%. Tried to pre-kick. Hunter's dead this global. Yeah. When you take DFA, if you don't need disarm, veil, or tricks, but basically just like twos, if you want to like try to immune a mortal coil or like follow a port. Almost never. Like I'm just picking it here because I just want to move my character to chase the frost mage, and I don't trust any of these players to give them tricks. And I don't really need veil because there's not really any disarm sip play. Or karmas to cloak, or, you know, anything to disarm. Like, I guess disarming Frost DK can be good. But, yeah. DK was on my team. I don't like disarming a BM Hunter. Got trinket, got wall. Just one more poly, then I cheap shot. Don't need the trap even though I'm there. Turtle. Could private duel the bubble, I don't think it's worth it though. Let this guy IBF aggro, he trinkets aggro. Because he actually can't be punished for it. The shaman didn't wait for the second lobby, but is what it is. Playing any outlaw? A little bit. But maybe later today. I'll play some outlaw when I get off Europe. It's better than sub. It's just boring. So why does my webcam not work on this scene? On WoW 2 works on WoW 1. I know. Let's just remake the screen region scene, I guess. I think they're terrible changes. I don't think they have anyone really working on PvP at all. They're completely out of touch as usual. There's no way they don't look at representation and, yeah. And just address how popular hunters are and HPALs are and ferals are and outlaw. Blows my mind. Like, they've buffed feral like 4 times in a row, even when it was already the best class. Like, for like tournaments and stuff. I mean, Asa just needs Deathmark removed and Vendetta to come back. And then Shiv and Toxic Blade need to be separated from one another. And then AoE Garrote needs to go. 4 Poisons needs to go. Bleed Execute needs to go. And then you could find some other things it can do or something. I don't know. Pick this up. I just die completely to bleeds. Like 60-0. When I cloaked off the frenzy even. But my mage did break all of my CC. Broke my pre-gouge, and then he broke my sap for no reason. Like halfway through it. And Arcane is not great compared to him just being Frost. You should play it a little slower and play around my CC. We got another shuffle. Only 1 H pallet might be playable. Yeah, I got 40 seconds to win this in the opener. Otherwise I gotta leave for the shuffle. So let's just run in. Hope we one shot. don't think we kill. Tab over to the shuffle. I mean, it's not enough of a nerf though, right? Doesn't undo the shitty lay on hands change. Doesn't undo the shitty forbearance change. Does nothing to just their too much quality of life in general. The random consecrate keep procs baked into his rotation pulled me out because it was consecrating my warrior and I was just standing too close to him. So I just don't get an opener. Bubble. Storm subterfuge before he gets a big road out. Blind off the kick. Vanish early so I don't get stopped on the sap. He stays in combat anyway, so I don't get the sap. I get disarmed so I don't get the gouge. Or a restun for the gouge. Get a kick though. He traps the guy for no reason. Probably pre-walls air. About to get fucked by the rogue. Restun Pelly's trinket. Bomb the rogue here. Pops aggro. My warrior's dead. We had life swap and everything, but and rapture. Just die in one trap. Or one scatter or whatever micro it was, one kick, something. Trap H belt. Where's that? Gotta get a resap, couldn't, and sacks. I guess I just go H-Pal then. I get hodged. Pursuing glare. Gonna cloak it. Got wall. Finish my stacks. Get feared mid sheep shot. Makes sense. We love 140 ping. I get scattered in meld. At least I get my shadow strike off to get my stacks going. Gonna DR blind to get a sap. Never mind, he gets combat. Step kick, nice. He gets his own kidney. He's just going him, so I guess I'll follow up. Banisher doesn't know where I'm at, so he can't try to big cast kick. Pull his bubble. The rogue's dying to air through swap. Bomb this. Could die. Trinket turtle. Blind in one when that ends. JK steering glared me. I'm bad. That's the other rogue's blind. I'll drop that. He actually did drop combat. The last like half a second that I gouged. 1% the guy lives. That's sad. We might die here through the last pain set. Hunter's just throwing all of my CC at me. There's the last pally bop. I'm feared so I can't kick that. I have stun and gouge DR though in 3. I can gouge him off this if I ever get a dispel one time in a shuffle. Get sacked though. Have to just kidney. Farm BM even though it doesn't do much. He DR traps me for fun. Can't really go for CC. Trying to range my healer by going for that, but defensively dueling the healer now. I literally lived on like 10% for like a minute. It's actually insane. Power of second wind and plate. 120 million healing. Regs did 2 at least. That's in like crazy dampening too. It's shuffle. Make is great. Fake open this guy, get peeled by the Asa, go H-Pal. Phasing off this, I guess. Finish my stacks before I go H-Pal. I'm just gonna go to warrior. I'll bomb this with an OSTR. I'll duel. Try evasion disarm. Got bubble. Want to blind here, but I think he's gonna break it. Thing. Still doing it. Hoping we don't break it. Bring it bops. On rogue on his OP cloak. On Pally for a trap or something. Think of this. Secret deck. Tried to kick that, but ping. I die here, man. For sack. Doesn't really matter though, because Diamond Ice doesn't have counterplay. Wants to go for a trap. Otherwise we're gonna die if we keep waiting. Play on hands and Bob. I have an evasion in 5, but I might be dead here. Storm bolted on my evage. I have a bomb in 3. Hunter's probably dead this global though. Stunning, bombing. Stun H-Pal running in. Restun, stun H-Pal's trinket. Dueling, even though I have no damage to kill through duel. It'd probably be better to duel the H-Pal and let him kill, but at the same time, I also just didn't want the hunter to die to the warrior. But I think the aggro play is to just dual healer there, because there's no likelihood I can even kill him 10-0 if I don't have blades. And he has Enrager Gen up. Well, at least we got one 6-0 game where there wasn't an H-Pal, instead of having to just get 5 million bops and lay on hands. Love an H-Pal mirror lobby into an H-Pal 6-0 lobby. Actually, the disc is won once, actually. That's really bad for me then. Means I get 2 wins instead of 3, probably. Hunter's over here, because he probably doesn't micro his pet at this rating. Yeah. Stun healer into a blind. You've got me, a little scary. Soak's the one with no trinket. Got life swap. Binding, so I can't help. Got CC for priest. Hunter wasted crit immune on himself there. That's huge. I just need mobility to get to the priest. I could vanish for it, but I really don't want to. Guess I should have. I don't know. I just can't move. Still has multiple bops and bubbles. There's bubble. Killing without CC. Pick that. It's awkward that that's DR. I don't know, half a second left on DR too. Dude, he's actually gonna live. That's insane. I choked that. Needed to wait for a full stun. I just thought the warrior would be able to 2% to zero him in 3 CCs. That was like the one time cheat death has ever worked ever. That's unfortunate. 10% win rate. Yeah, the blind also was just unfortunate. I still thought he would die though. It was like a DR blind, DR stun, DR gouge, DR stun. The rogue was at like 5% for like an hour. It was an okay kite there though. Just thought the warrior would just charge kill him. Melt that. Doesn't go off because ping. Penance. Got the fade. Getting into blind sap. Cross the rogue. She doesn't feel me. I'm not. Penance. One warrior trinket. Got 10 on DRs. They're landing CC, so I'll vanish. We're actually gonna die. That's so fucking cringe, man. HPAL has every single CD under the sun except for bubble. We just die in one fear. Like borderline a fucking win trade, man. I could see why he's at that MMR. I was gonna step kick that into the blind because we can't sap this blind. Not really paired with anything like we should pair it. Gonna duel off this. Maybe I can get more. Hopefully this breaks. Doesn't. Priest running for a fear. DR fear off the warrior fear. It ruptures out. From the rest of his CDs. Good kick. Kick him again. Kidney into a blind. Gets the blind. Decent bomb. Fake roach off that probably. And it's a DR up, that's fine. Bomb this Hodge so it doesn't get dispelled. That way we don't waste the stun DR. Could gouge priest piece on DR, nice rep. Good thing I didn't waste the gouge DR. Step kick the penance. Takes like 4 years to go off with my ping. We end up giving precog because the other guy kicks too. This crit. Secret tech. Stop punter on the trap. Stun healer off that. 12 restuns. So one more stun. Okay, I get scattered. Yeah, I don't think the Asset should be 6-0 in there, but right back where we started. 6-0 into losing 2 lobbies in a row. Because HPALs. But so hard to actually kill on sub. And it's like a 2-minute game because of quicker dampening. You have like 1 blades to get like 2 bops, 4 trinkets, a lay on hands, and a bubble, and personals. Like I feel like I just need to start just training HPAL every game. I don't know, the previous lobby I 6-0'd easily, so in that lobby 24 EU was 16 NA that game. Because there was 2 dragons and no HPAL. So everyone was actually dying. Kind of fun. It's actually sad that like number 1 sub is like number 12 outlaw or like number 40 BM hunter. Because it's just actually extinct. Doesn't matter like how much better you play. Yeah, Diamond Ice definitely just shouldn't exist. Like hunters should have to complain about their CC breaking like everyone else. Like they don't need Cyclone Trap. Needs to break to their AoE, it needs to break the dots, needs to break to just everyone's rotation for no reason. Needs to be sackable, needs to be deathable. Only fair. Thank you, Crasser. One second off the duration is not enough of a penalty. Maybe if it was like a 2 or 3 second trap, but I mean, they would just play without the wall and still be immortal. I recognize this name. Probably should have stayed Veil instead of going Disarm, honestly. Because then I could get out of Disarm from the monk. But now if I respec, I will drop my blue combo points from pre-symbolsing, so I'll just Disarm like I was going to originally. Still good for like Abomination Limb and stuff on DK. That or like DFA just for mobility to try to face support or something on the monk. WCDs. Tapping trinket. Not triggering. Blind this guy's trinket. Well, get the millies off. Got one, got twice, got the rice. Got him up. IBF's aggro. Still just gonna duel him to peel. If they actually can't heal off me. Symbolic the big Abyss crit. Another big Abyss crit. You're gonna blind that? I already blinded. I'm not. Can't zap this because I get CC'd. Take the fire breath. Might be dead here. So is he. Good nulls, feels bad. There's no emerald or anything for me. Kind of bad that I'm kiting him. I'm dead here, this global. Had a nice little dance blades there with no trinket, no icebound, since they used everything aggro, but... Poker gap? Nah. That's just, sub rogue isn't really viable if they have a brain. Granted, they don't have a brain. They used every single defensive offensively in the first 10 seconds and didn't really get any pressure with it. It's just they passively tank. Goes with no trinket. But you didn't get many stun sleeps either. And I couldn't get the second or third nullifying off. But yeah, it's just I have to go AFK 90 seconds waiting on blades. Without blades, I'm not a threat. The only thing kind of weird is I guess I probably shouldn't even try to blades duel into the IBF. Need to save it for second go. But I just also wanted to make sure we didn't die, so it was kind of like a defensive duel. But then either way, I should just save blades. I don't know if the vertical layout even has audio. I need to fix that. No, I think it does actually. Blink clone. That's bad. The in-kind. Yeah, just trinket. Go finish my stacks. Hopefully he gets like a half sleep or something for me to sap. Alright, let's go for it. Got though. Okay, okay, this guy actually greeds his trinket there. It's crazy. I'm like in micro CC myself, so I can't even CC his trinket. Quicker time to kill? No. They just need to make AoE not break CC and bring back the longer CC. And then kill triple DR. And give healers more go base CCs instead of damage. Like give every healer basically the equivalent of a Holy Priest Chastise somehow. Like in different ways. But like more healers should be able to make more bashes and lassos and stuff like that type plays. And leg sweeps and yeah. Rather than just giving healers damage. Like melee wings is never fun, atonement is never fun. Dragons bursting people for like 2 million could maybe be fun. Punch monks healing is really stupid. Like we don't need healers to just be a DPS. Like healers just need more ways to outplay CC and more game-changing ways to land CC. So they're like a part of the kill rather than just doing DPS and healing while doing damage. Bad design. Yeah, the CC just needs to be more rewarding and interactive. Game just needs to be less PV. You can make DRs take longer to reset. You can kill triple DR. Whatever it takes to make AoE across the board, not break CC, and put CCs back at 8. And there also needs to be an offensive alternative to precog for landing a kick. Because the alternatives to precog are never even remotely close to how good precog is. Like the little, oh, you can auto attack for like 200k after you get kited forever. Or, oh, you know. The 5% damage reduction gem doesn't even work on half the CCs in the game. Like, especially feral stuns don't even proc the damage reduction gem, so it's literally useless. I don't think that's what sub needs. I think the CDR was toxic, and I think flag is toxic. Flag can be nerfed even more. But it should give you one combo point and work with blades. And then duel needs to get removed. And then bomb should just be off global. And then tricks needs to be baseline. And then there should just be like a passive where gouge doesn't break to bleeds, like cataclysm and mop with like dirty tricks or whatever. So like your rupture shouldn't break your gouge. And then probably shadow strike needs to be doubled and backstab needs to be tripled. And then yeah, you could give the dirty tricks thing to Asta too. Just as long as it's not exclusive to one spec, like it should be like on the class tree or something. And then I think this ulti just needs to go in general. And the energy regen needs to be on a healthier spot on the tree. Like it's weird that going the T route is 4 talent points, whereas going Cold Blood is 3. Going Supercharge, I guess, is also 4. Yeah, it's just weird that Cold Blood and 7 combo points are 3 combo point rows, and that T, Supercharge, and Vanish are 4 combo point or 4 talent point rows. But it's really, it feels really bad to play without the 200 energy. But you just, it's always really annoying that sub always has to pick between utility and damage. No other spec has to like pick between quality of life like that, usually. And just not be able to do your rotation normally. So either that's a problem with supercharge and they just need to nerf supercharge into the ground and then buff everything else. But there just needs to be less modifiers. Instead of having like 7 different modifiers, you should have like 2 or 3. And then you should just be baseline stronger like the other 80% of the time to what it would be with most of those modifiers. Easier to balance that way. And then deepening shadows also needs to be more. Pearl had a good idea forever ago that with how they buff deepening shadows, it should only like buff it when you're like not in dance. But yeah, like because this used to be way more when they had the vanish CDR, and then they got rid of the vanish CDR without unnerfing this. So we're like really dance charge starved, especially if you're not playing subterfuge and like meld. To have like a shadow meld go, and like your 2 vanish goes. There's like ways to get restunts. But yeah, it just rupture needs to not be breaking your gouge. Shadow strike needs to be doubled. Backstab needs to be tripled. You can make it less cheesy, you know, by just rebalancing CC and removing duel and like. You got like 40 seconds to win. Sorry, shuffle. Gonna leave. I gotta make sure I'm playing everything right. Very food. Haven't played yet. Gonna start going HPELs more. I'm just tired of going through all the CDs in the world. Hopefully my hunter doesn't die without turtling in the opener. Very likely he might though. Sucks that I get this on there, but and we trap him, they go. There's actually going him there. Our mastery hexes me. Oh, I actually hexed someone else. That's crazy. Got bubble. Bombless. Couldn't just let his trinket. Can't blind H probably, he's on DR. Could blind Ellie just to make sure we don't die here, but I have to do it or we die. I was trying to greet it, but I'm wearing his CDs in a sec. Go gouge Ellie. I have blades. Don't want to line my healer on this ulti though. Cloak in 1 second. Farm for warrior when he gets to me. Got the grounding, kick the hex, kick it. Evasion in 1 second. Gonna trinket this. Still dead. I have a vanish in 4. Grips me out of line of the Ellie for like half a second. Maybe that gets me to the vanish. I just get earth grabbed on it, of course, so I can't go cheap shot the healer and the shaman. If this rate manages the 4% to 0 the warrior, hell yeah. Didn't think it would actually. Crip up and killing the totem. Stop the trap. He trinkets to get the trap. I stun his trinket. He doesn't get the trap still. Pick the Searing Glare. Blind off the kick into a sap, even though it's DR. Kill the Totem of Wrath. Kill the Tremor, even though it doesn't do anything. Vanish the crows. Stun the healer. Try to gouge the Stormkeeper. Gouge the Hex at least. Backs. Stun that. I think it's off anyway. Gonna bomb this, even though it's bad. I'll probably die in this binding shot without getting my vanish off. Warrior's also dying. Pain subs me instead of the warrior. Warrior gives precog. Get a full fear. He's out of range of Tremor. I gouge the hunter. Might sap that. Guy stays combat for no reason. Definitely outplayed the sap there. Dueling defensively to not die on our go. I think it's just people having absorbs and stuff. It doesn't do that much damage. Just there to give you a lot of stacks of flawless form. But sometimes if you get CC'd, it bugs out a lot too. Then there's also the bug where if you do coup de grace into someone who has any immunity, like block or bubble or clone or anything, it bugs out and you can't get stacks the rest of the game and all your hero talents are just useless. That's also why I kind of stopped playing Trickster. That bug is really, really annoying. Been bugged since the beta. Yeah, you just get stuck at 4 stacks and it won't let you ever redeem your stacks. And then, yeah, you just can't proc anything. Got paints up. Where? Try to kidney priest, fades. He's just going him and breaking all my shit. I get Stormbolt so I don't get a restun on the bomb. At least I got my ruptures out. Step kick healer. Guy's just soloing the healer the whole game. He shears him. I'm still just dying. I line the ulti pen. Farm warrior in 4. He's going for a trap. Gets the trap. I almost had the sap there. I'll duel defensively and for CC. I can just gouge off that. And hopefully something else. He gets turtle. Keep rupturing everything. Try to kick the ulti pen. Nice, you shoot it. Kidney in 1. Kick the ulti pen and then I'll kidney. Wait out the fade. I guess I just go him. I'll just trinket. I can just swap hunter. I just want to finish my stacks though. Finish my stacks. Go with the hunter. Evasion in 3. Ready to melt Stormbolt, but he doesn't do it. Storm bolted on my Avage. And he just solos the hunter. I was really impactful here. Ellie getting trained, doing double my dam, just pressing instant casts. Yeah, that was Night Stalker, and that was bugged like all of Dragonflight, yeah. Switch the sap. Okay, got combat. 4 masteries. That, so I can't do anything. I'm gonna get charged DR stun, storm bolted off that. I can't get into the precog because I'm bad. Wall, I guess. Tried to cloak his fear, but it was on CD for 1. Duel to try to get burrow. He greeds his burrow. Maybe he's not even playing it. It's actually crazy that he doesn't press the button there. We don't even get priest swap when he's at like 8% for like 4 eviscerates. So he got like a 4 million shield. Totem of Wrath, pick ulti pen. Getting feared though. Doesn't fear me. And shaman. Well aligned off that. Now drop that because he's late to diamond icing. Banish the hex. Still hits me because ping. Probably shouldn't have trinketed that. He gets the ulti pen. I should have banished the ulti pen there. Kill the warrior. Take a Vis crit. Kill Totem of Wrath. Farming non-warrior cooldown's kind of bad. Running over, faking fade. Faked his fade. Kidney. Gouge off that, I guess. He traps finally. Cool. I get warrior feared on my subterfuge, but I don't get to finish my stacks. Get another re at least. Okay, it bugs out. Because my hero talents keep me in combat permanently. I love my dots just doing damage to my Deathstalker mark. For the restealth. Nice, step kick doesn't go off. Feels bad. I get MC'd. Getting half feared off this. Try to step kidney. Maybe he can kill the warrior still. Bomb this. 3 stun. 1 more stun. Pick the off heal by Ellie. Nice. Going H-Belt. Meld for some restuns. My meld bugs out. Dance for some restuns. Come to pre-wall air. I'll need 1 more finisher to finish my stacks, then I can go to the other guy. Hopefully my shaman doesn't die here through wall. Possible though. bombing this so I can get the sap. Stays combat for no reason. Guess I just go H-Bell. I get disarmed. Guess I vanish defensively. Drop bubble. Do a warrior defensively. My shaman is still dying, but just the hunter. Farm the warrior when he gets back in. Do a kidney on a warrior. Now I'm dying to air. Kidney hunter, I guess. He doesn't go for trap. Finish my stack. No disarm for 20. Both DPS are on DR, it's just I have to go H-Pow. He just pressed wall even though he wasn't even stunned yet. Doesn't wait till he just can wall while stunned. There's no bubble, no wall, no bops, but I have no dances for a while. I have disarm in 10. Ellie has wall in 20. I think we're probably dead here. We don't really have anything. I mean, Priest has swap and paints up. He's just greeting. He trinkets to finally use his CDs. There's the swap. Disarm warrior. He bops aggro. I'm lining him. Pulsed in evasion like a rat. Try to stun the hunter if I can get there. That was way too close. If I died there without evasioning, I would have been so sad. How you doing, Rustine? Almost walked into that. It's my bit. That's crazy. I shouldn't have bombed till I had the stun ready, but that is sad that he just heals through that. I'm gonna camp CC out of that. The Archie put a trinket. I'm just there to kick penance if he casts. I was on CD for the first like 2 ticks of it, but one more stack to finish. Finish my stacks. Kill the totem. Stop hunter from going in to do CC. Vanish because I'm dying on our go through bop. Go stun healer. I have blades for the next go. He goes and gets a game-winning warrior fear. The shaman doesn't tremor it for some reason. He tremors the last 2 seconds of the fear when he wasn't stunned. And he gets soloed because he doesn't tremor. Okay. Fuck the blind, probably. Got the arm mastery. Right for the double blind. I doesn't have it for 10. He has it now in 3. It is. Try to meld it. Don't have the mobility to go there to stun the healer. I'm just chains of iced. Not even worth stunning the healer now because I don't have dance. The DK got topped in like 1 heal. I think we're dead here. Unless we have something huge. He doesn't have emerald. Guy rage trinkets a gouge that was gonna break the bleeds anyway. And we just died of air. Very skill. You're not missing much. Almost nothing has changed. There's some changes announced for Tuesday, but they're a nothing burger. We're not nerfing any of the meta. There's like a tiny HPAL change, but like it'll still be bottom. Yeah, Unholy DK buff might be like the only sizable change. I think DH still won't be that great. BM is still going to be better than Marksman. Holy Priest, you could buff it by like 500%. It'd probably still be just awful. Like, not fixable. Buffing Affliction was just borderline brain damaged. It did not need that. Pretty much no rogue changes at all for any of the 3 specs. Like, literally not a single rogue change. Just, we don't exist. I would love an outlaw nerf and like a sub buff, but yeah, they just don't play the game at all. That's why it took them months to do nothing again for like the second wave of hotfixes. You just don't really play that much around crit. I'm at the bare minimum I have. Like, the only crit I have is the tier pants. Play around Darkest Night. That gives you a guaranteed crit anyway. And then you get some nice crit from Symbolic. It is nice when you get the extra 10 crit on Trickster, but What even happened? He didn't have a good port down for his port while stunned. And he didn't press any buttons. So I just bladed and I avist him 6 times and he just tanked it. He had like 10 globals to react, but you know, it is what it is. I don't mind the one like vicious mount they put in this season. I forget what it's called though. I have like 100 saddles in my bank, but there was like one auto mount I got this season that's not bad. Yeah, this thing, it's kind of funny. It was funny to use it on the beta. It's like a flying squirrel almost. Like this is cooler than the fucking glide mount. Even though this is like a non-rating, you know, 1600 mount. But this is a better mount than the glide mount somehow. I don't think anyone was asking for Shadowlands Gargoyle Bat reskin. Pretty forgettable. I don't know if we needed emerald. I mean, I guess. Dinkarn actually did almost pump us. Okay, he trinkets, so I'm not gonna blades. Still gotta collect the dots, I guess, even though it's not frenzy. I take some pressure off my healer. Not great to do, but there's a DR like sleep on me for no reason. Catch that. Wait for him to leave bear. He leaves bear for no reason. Down he goes. I drop flag. It just does too much counterplay and it's too telegraphed. I like playing clean, playing for more CC. It's the same way I don't play Thistle T. I want to be able to do more restuns and saps and stuff like that. I like to play for control. If I just try to cheese and they just peel the air horn the same way they'd peel me as a control bot, I get punished way more by not having like flexible CC. I could still one shot anyway. But a couple 100k less. Couldn't sap that for some reason. That's awkward that was DR'd. I fucked up there. Might be dead because I made a singular mistake. Yeah. Or I had the whole game, do a whole CC chain with them at like 10%. I just don't get to sap the sleep for no reason, and then I just die in one stun because of Windcarn. You stabbed 10 months in a row. Being one of the few retailians left. Appreciate you. Even though you put in your note mid-hardcore leveling, because you've contracted the roleplay virus. You're doing 0. Not fully classic rot. Ah, man. Truffle is already rot in itself. We're all rotted because no one plays real threes anymore. I gotta test mag artwork on the PTR. What even is the ICD of the racial? Is it up often or no? Is it a pretty rare proc? I don't think there's any universe where it's better than Shadow Melt though. Just priceless utility that you need when you're starved on dance charges. Let me see. Ancestral Call. Oh, it's actually inactive? I thought it was an on or a proc. It still seems worse than Orc for not having the actual. It's actually a secondary stat value. I feel like 5,000 attack power is better than 5,000 mastery. And it is random. Okay, never mind. Ah, fuck. I'll have to test it on PTR. Oh, without him for a crit buff. At least there's no H-piles in this lobby, so I get to have fun. Might be dead here. I missed him on like literally 2% and he lived. I didn't have blades. There we go. Kill without CC. Are Destro gonna get these now? It'll probably be about 400 lower than you would be with a healer. Especially with Destro. Like with Affliction, maybe only like 300 below. Destro, you might even be like 500 below. Like I might be able to make it work to like low rating with like 1 or 2 locks, but Affliction I probably could get to 22 or 23. Destro, I'd be struggling at 2-1 even with a rank 1 lock. And then if I just play with any healer, I could literally get to like 2-4, even with them like not even being a Glad or a rank 1 almost. Double DPS is just not that viable, sadly. Hasn't been for decades. People just smurf on Rogue Mage 2s and people get mad at it. that. Bomb to get a sap. Tried the sap trinket, but he sits it. A half sap for a fear. Easy clap. Yeah, getting the legendary staff's pretty rough. I just don't want to go through the whole PvE jump, you know, I just can't do it again. And ever since my SSD died, it wasn't backed up. I have to set up my UI again on Kata. I don't want to do that. Level up kicks. That sucks. I double stepped there just to get knocked and the grip. Get burrow. And swap. Nice kick on the ulti pen though. Give this crit, you can die. Okay. Kill the totem for a crit buff. Stormkeeper, we're scared. Protect. I'll gouge the next one. Just kill here in one clone. That was a good clone. Oh, OP. Alright, good. Farm's just lit up. And grind first global. Common walls. Guy lags out of my step cheap shot with dance. Cloaking to not get soloed by the Ellie, I guess. Go triple DR trap. Get clone before I can blind heal it. Blind off the kick. Got trinket. On this guy to peel. Try to get burrow here. Got burrow. Guard evasion if they're all stunning me. I get cloned. Good, because I'm waiting on sheep DR anyway before I go kidney healer. He does his intim way too early for his trap. He does a half trap for no reason when you could just wait for a full kidney trap in like 2 more seconds. Porchy. Can't expect the BM Hunter to ever look at their own DRs though. Might be dead because that was a bad step. Getting triple stun because ferals are the real sub-rogue. Double totem. 3 walls there. I guess I go feral then. Take a Vis crit. Trigger wall. Go back to shaman. Stunned into a hex, even though it's gonna break. Get the Sky Fury totem. Incarn's on me, I could die here. Totem's me. These trinkets. I'm gonna cloak here. I have blades for the shaman. Have to live though. Throw off me for a second. I have a vanish in half a second. Get it off. Barely. YOLO bomb just to save my hunter. I have a duel in 1. Yeah. Wanted to like give the healer like 1 more global, but until I had duel. Yep. Nice, Ursul's on the grip. He gets gripped the second time though. Getting hexed here. Hopefully he gets me somehow. He does. Take a Vis crit. Duel just to see if he burrows. He panic burrows. He actually didn't need to. My damage was over. My blades didn't even help spell, so all he has to do is respect blades, but kind of a bad duel because he could have greeted that and I probably only would have done like 10% of his health. He gets an ulti off, so I can't go kidney yet. I'll vanish defensively though. Stun hunter. Stun healer because he doesn't fade. Take a Vis crit. Edge a bomb maybe. More stun. PR lasso. Carol picks it for me. Appreciate it. Hailing through life swap. Pick that. Do a gouge. Yeah, I kicked it into a clone. Okay. Do a kidney off that. Kill him twice. Oh, this Feral's pumping. Both rounds with this Feral, we won off of a good clone. Nice seeing someone actually CC, and it's nice having a Diamond Dice or Cyclone because they're the only CCs in the game that work consistently and don't just get broken. Or removed by like a teammate's external, like Sank and you know, so many different mechanics like that. I guess you get MD Cyclone even though it's slow 2-minute MD, but let's see if we can still get the 5er. I don't know about that fear, but start of H bash doesn't go off. He dies my blind because ping. Should have gone off before the cheap shot ended while there was no gap. Take a Vis crit. Maybe I can make him panic turtle even though he doesn't need to. Oh, he has a brain. I had to risk it even though I did have a lot of pressure. Bomb to make sure we get more. I got the paints up I guess, but not great so far. Can go mess with the healer in 5. Might still lead with a kick into a gouge and then into a stun. Cloaking so I don't get cloned. JK doesn't go off. So I don't get the gouge kidney now. He gets the ulti off because I didn't get the CC. We burrow there. He doesn't have wall, and now they just tab kill me instead. Priest has paints up and swap for me. Can't stop this clone still. Part of the wild, and I'm still another CC. Kidney healer, finally playing the game. Immediately gets a precog by my teammates. Big secret attack, might just kill. Priest was out of combat there, but I didn't have the mobility to go sap him. Ellie almost soloed him on the life swap. I get stun cloned though. Get MD'd. I have like no dance charge. I could meld, I guess. Done that. Getting scatter cloned again. I think we're dead here. Actually, he just dies to Ellie Shaman. Hell yeah. That's not P-Make. PMK is a regular. He's a hunter. I mean, I haven't been able to hit the hours that I want to hit. We had some good support a couple days. I just sold a bunch of old tech. Sold my old motherboard, old CPU, another old graphics card that I had laying around forever. Trying to sell my Wooting 60 that I modded out, but yeah, paying taxes is going to be really hard, even with how much expenses I have. And then in general, it's just my income is going to be really bad this month because my viewership is just not there. Able to cancel the emerald, try to cloak trap turtles. Yeah, there was a couple big donos, and there was a couple 50 plus sub days that were great that got us back to almost 400 again. But yeah, there's like no set like good day that's gonna like push everything over unless it's like a consistent trend or I'm like actually seeing growth. But I don't really know what to do. Even if I go to like do like some viewer threes or something, like the game is just not in that sustainable of a spot right now, and playing another game is just restarting my channel, and I can't afford to do that. Not even thinking of some no APR credit card stuff coming in a couple months that I've been like putting off. The last few months in general were tough, and then figuring out what I'm gonna do with student loans if that ever kicks in. And then, yeah. And then just taxes is scary, so. In League, I would just have like 20, 30 viewers, and it wouldn't really do much. Yeah, managed to get like my rent is like part of the office space for how much square foot I use, and anything like tech related, and anything software related for streaming, like the text to speech voice thing and all that. Like I can get my expenses pretty crazy for it, but yeah, multiple, but yeah. I think only two. Yeah, probably just gonna go part-time. Yeah, I did survive the graphics card sale. It was just 45-minute drive plus rush hour, and then 45-minute drive back, and then yeah, I ended up just working on some other stuff. I didn't think it was worth it to come back for like a 1 hour stream. Especially at like un-EU friendly hours where it was like 8 or 9 p.m. Yeah, I got the 350 I was looking for, which is already pretty under, but it's a setting in better Blizz plates. You can just copy my settings on the Discord, but it is advanced healer indicator, red cross for enemy, arena only. Think of this crit. Was that 2-1 MMR? BM Hunter. I don't know how they haven't nerfed Hunter or like H-Pal. Kind of crazy. Yeah, H-Pals are just really slow paced. But actually didn't hit him, that's awkward. Oh, I don't know if we needed to Emerald because I outplayed the go. I'm really greedy for sitting that. I didn't even get my trinket though. Non-orcs did it. Because it was Trickster and not Flag. And the mage didn't fully connect. But I could have still RNG died there. It was risky. I would have had to trinket. If I spiked a little harder. Unlike the DR cheap shot. I went cheat for that, yeah. He's cheap proc at 25%. Might kill it. Hell yeah. I just don't think Paladin should even have lay on hands. Like it's insanely broken. Let alone Ret or Holy. Like it's just insane. There's just too many extra backup CDs. Yeah, you gotta like try to start with like the Fear and the Stormbolt. Most people are gonna Rage Trinket the Stormbolt into the full Fear anyway. Let me do one more shuffle and then I got you after Donovan. This is my last EU shuffle though, and then maybe we'll do some outlaw shuffles or something. It's better Blizz Plates. The setting that has like a healer indicator setting on it. That's the healer indicator option. I have it set to just be arena, red cross for enemy. Got this. The other two. I want to go healer. Meld the Stormbolt, even with the 140 ping. Hell yeah. Kill the Emerald. Maybe kill him through Emerald because it doesn't do anything. And the DH is still AoEing into the duel with me. Warrior almost got double killed with it too. Oh, they're pissed after that one. UCD. Unlucky. Resap Trinket. Stage, I guess. Warrior might just be dead through Emerald. Swap. Got the other swap. Now the DH is dying. I'm dying. Gonna range my healer going for the kidney. I have to fake his fade though. Faked it. I have cloak in 1 if we don't kill, thank god. Woo! I love how he goes, well played. And then he goes, nah, you war. He threatened to emerald in the starting room, but that was hilarious. God, shuffle just brings out the worst in everyone, man. It's great. Not great, but let's go disarm. We're getting there on EU. We're like 2450 right now. Top 8 sub rogue. Meld the hunt. Oh, it's still nice. I got it. Got 1 null. Got 2 null. Got 3 null. Breaks, of course. Of course, like double trinkets here and there, you know. I think we're just dead. Oh, I was gonna sap if I didn't get Fell Eruption there. Might still get it with step. Got it. The trinkets, do a DR gouge. I have nothing else for it though. Yeah. We still have both life swaps, so hopefully they don't overlap them here. Or they could just die without using either of them. Or dome. You know? The typical shuffle experience. Here, like, you know, they both just did the awkward left-right hallway, you know? It's like, he'll swap. No, he'll swap. Worse when they both swap each other and then they die that way, but neither swapping is pretty unfortunate. Might die without dispersing because he got kicked. Never mind, you had pain slip still. Quick fear. Didn't have fear for 10. Bad. People type so much more in shuffle on EU than on NA. It's funny. People are just typing every round. Very League of Legends-y. Not like that at all in NA. Everyone just is too scared of getting banned. There's like more freedom over here or something. That or it's just when I play EU, it's the Russian hours or something. And I play NA, it's not the Australian hours. I don't know. Bro, the accidental pre-incap on my trinket, because he's just incapping off the stun. I was making sure there wasn't a gap in my stun blind sap. Try to bomb get a sap. Still get it. That's unfortunate though. Get penance in a sec. Okay, I get stunned. We have no disperse, so I'm a little scared for him. Paints up. I duel DH really soon. I have to duel now or we just die. I get stunned before I can step kick that. We're getting double feared. Try to avoid the fear. Avoid the fear. I overlap my kidney with fear. I mean, the fear got Zerker Ridge anyway, so it's fine. Catch that. On the I-beam. Get dots on both. Disarm warrior. Get priest in a sec. I think we're still dead. He swaps me. I don't have anything. Tried to step, but yeah, we just died through Emerald. Hit rewind, but Rogue SP into Warriors pretty hard. Guess it's just an 06 for the SP because he's getting warriored on. Go OP cloak so I can actually cloak Demon Hunter peels, because otherwise they'll just go through cloak on Fell Eruption, Incap, and Sigil Fear. Because they had to ninja buff that this expansion. With Scatter also ninja going through evasion. Didn't cloak aggro here, probably could have though. That wall. My warrior's gonna die, so if the SP actually gets one win, that's unfortunate. Oh, that was worth the Q time. Yeah, I'm done Q and EU for today. Finish going for number 1 later this month. That match quality was way too low. Could have been a 5-win if the warrior didn't die in the opener of that game, or if the priests used life swapped on the double priest round. But it is what it is. I did my part. We got Contagion. Subbing himself after the gift bomb the other day? Hell yeah. I reached out to Hafio, but he didn't answer me. I don't know where he's been. I think I messaged him the other month too, and he didn't answer, so I guess he's been busy since he moved. Go DFA. Give this crit. Couch the fear as an interrupt. Here, cheap shot the healer from micro. We overlap kicked. Stun DRs in 5. Right out the Searing Glare, I guess. Evade for Damberduck. Yes, I blind, even though I can't sap it. It's Consecrate. I might be able to sap it with the DR Sleep. No, face combat. Gouge, pick the UA. Like a Vis crit. Bomb that. Get bopped. Maybe we get the Purge. I doesn't get it. Might be dead soon. Not gonna re-rupture here. I want to be able to gouge. I don't have step to kick that, so I might just die actually. I just need to run because I don't have any stops. Gets repped. At least that removes his dots, but he gets redotted. My guy's dead here. Good thing they're buffing Affliction, even though that guy does more damage than me at 1/10 the skill level while never faking a single kick. He actually somehow got 4 UAs off though for 10 million damage. I don't know how he... I don't remember him casting any spells, but... Should I play Veil into Feral? Yeah, if you don't need Disarm or tricks or anything like that. It's a good third option. I think here I got it, for sure. This is both the totems. That's weird. Just copy my Better Blizz settings, honestly, for Better Blizz plates. That'll do the C-Vars too, for these. But yeah, I would just import my Better Blizz plates. Probably better off that way. But there's a search bar too, where you can type for most things. If you want to change combo points or something. You don't know where to look. Waiting on him to leave bear form before I play the game. He overlaps Ross with Dome on the duel. I'm not gonna double symbols that big of his there, just because collect his restun. He said damage reduction, so it wasn't worth it to force it. Fun for a sleep, maybe, Copium. He paints up himself. I give precog because I'm bad. I'll blind go, even though I won't be able to sap it. Maybe he can sap it because of smoke bomb, unless he gets a half sleep. Fly stun actually doesn't apply combat, so I can sap that. Get a resap. Do a re-cheap shot. Yeah, that was a weird PS. We're getting too high, I think. I don't like how that looked either. I'm trying to get the floating combat text instead of just hiding it. But just like a little better with this, but. I'll answer your question about BT after this game. Wish we didn't break that. I just want to peel his CDs. Of course, I just get stunned by it, even though I kited half of it. Whatever it takes to actually peel for my healer, though, I guess. We're pretty scared here. Get to sleep. Alright, that's it, actually. I have blades for the next go, though. Shame I didn't kind of save the duel for it. Let the rupture fall. So I can gouge. Healing. I can bum this. Pretty simple with the Abyss crit. Got. Farm the CDs. Got paints up. Think we're dead though. Can blind defensively in 2. Pick them on blast. He trinkets it. The rest of his CDs, takes the fade. Getting double fade. I stepped in to try to kick that Void Blast. I got nothing for my guy here, anti-zoom. He has no emerald for 20. Triple the RMC, I don't really mind. IBTE between crackshot windows, yeah. Because they could always just proc ace, give you more combo points for farming more CDR. It doesn't cast a dispatch with it, but it does pretty similar damage to dispatch. And it just refreshes your crit buff. Now, if you're playing Keep It Rolling, maybe not, because you want to proc count the odds or something, probably. But big difference between PvE outlaw rotation and PvP outlaw rotation. I think they're pretty different builds, yeah. And just how you use cheap shot too. Probably pre-rush and stealth, roll. Go for your stun, spam BT. Swap someone else, stun and BT. Run around, occasionally grapple kitty healer, grapple back. Grapple gouge healer, grapple back. Just harass the healer a bunch. If you have the APM, you can even like grapple over for a kick. Sucks. Thought he would die through cheat there. He just stayed at 1% for a Shadow Strike and into this. I could die soon since I trinketed aggro, but Dragon did more than the sub there. Didn't let him have any fun. He's trying to play the cheese build. Yeah, Ghostly too, yeah. If you're slow APM, you can kind of macro Ghostly into like AR and into like T. I know Waz puts it in BTE, but I don't recommend it. If you're swapping around a lot, you might Ghostly the wrong target. When you're just like off farming CDR and something. But the CDR of it is so short, it doesn't really matter. Tap that hopefully. Hey, reset me. Reset. Go kidney. It's Tyrant out. So I guess we just go AFK. No point in trying to blades go through a dark pact. Gouge the pet on the blade storm. Get hit with a handful of micro CCs. DFA the coil though. I guess I trinket. I need that 60% damp mark. He doesn't even try to fake any kicks, but he still does more damage than me. Finish this, I guess, because I guess I could have cloaked it too, but Lock gets his first fake in 4 minutes. I'm not even convinced he was trying to fake, he just wanted to move his character instead. Kind of bad because I don't get to sap this really. They're just too spread. I mean, at least he wasted dark back. So I just go AFK and don't even play. We just try to conserve some mana while we wait for 70% dampening. So I can maybe kill through a dark pact. Even when he wastes it. The non-blades. Try to melt that. Don't have melt. Get axe tossed into fear on my blades. Feels good. Lose my stacks too. I was 1 stack away from the Abyss crypt. Nice little, oh, he's going on me, just stun while I'm stunned. Very value Shadow Blades there. Dodge the Blade Storming Pet. Pick the pet because it's a better player than the lock is. I'll never not be salty fighting a BM or Demo though. I just hate pet specs. Just way too much clutter on my screen. Even when I hide half the pet nameplates. Like my UI like minimizes the aids on my screen by like 80% compared to like even the default UI. I was seeing nameplates for like even the imps and stuff like oof. My meld bugs and doesn't give me a Shadow Strike teleport. Probably did drop combat there, but I was just an Axe Toss Sphere, so I couldn't do anything about it. I give him precog. Some bad. Do a 3-point of this just to proc finality for later. Try to do a dual kill here, but I'm just gonna die this global. We actually live, hell yeah. Fair, we're He used rewind, but after those interrupt, he used emerald. Dying through emerald and rewind. He need the pet off me. 70% damp. Stun the H-pal off me. Stun the pets off me. I just love that this guy's 20 million damage ahead, even though he's like pretty much an 1800 player that fakes one kick in 5 minutes. Just literally sitting in the map like a bot. 30 million damage ahead. If I was outlaw, it'd be easy, but... And he literally just gets kicked on CD like a soccer ball. I kicked him 12 times. In 6 minutes. Would have been more if I wasn't Axe Toss Fear coiled half the game. Because it literally is just me landing a kick on CD. And then stunning him as an interrupt, and then gouging him as an interrupt. And then kicking him again. Into the dragon kicking him. Into me running away. Into me stun gouge kicking him again. Into me running away. Like, I pretty much didn't let him cast at all. But, not much counterplay. It's not sappable, it's built into Better Blizz frames. Better Blizz frames and plates are the majority of my UI. But I also just know off the timing. Unless something bugs and keeps him in combat for no reason. Like, you don't need a combat tracker, it's just to, like, double check that, like, a bug didn't screw you over or something, really. Because then you can just be like, okay, I won't vanish. He just got a weapon enchant proc or something stupid at the end of the blind. Or it's like, oh, he did have a Shadow Fiend out or something. I guess I won't blind. I don't know why I didn't see the Shadow Fiend. Like, that's the kind of way that combat indicator helps you, but you're not just, like, reacting to them dropping out of combat. Like, it's, you know how you're forcing them to drop combat. And then that's just, like, a way to double check whether your outplay actually worked or if it just decided not to work, even though you did it. There's a lot of times even non-pet classes, not even counting like shaman totems or, you know, earth elementals and shadow fiends and stuff like that, where it's supposed to keep them in combat. There's a lot of times where even a holy pally will just randomly get like a weapon enchant proc or something off of a hot, and they'll just get in combat like halfway through a blind where they're out of combat. Yeah, it's just like knowing what spells just for whatever reason don't apply combat for no reason. And then like the variations of blind are either you do stun blind sap, which is like the easiest. That's basically the old school blind sap. Or you do like a step kick blind sap. Or you do like a DR blind out of a fear. Blind itself doesn't apply combat. And you also remove the dots that way to get a sap. Or you can do like kind of a smoke bomb at the end of the blind. Or a lot more skill expressive this way than the old blind, to be honest. But it's still really clunky and annoying. Yeah, I'll try to always pair my blind with like a step kick or a stun or just something. And then sometimes just blinding as an interrupt is good. Like if they're like casting a clone or a repentance or something, but like half a second that they were casting, it lets you get the sap also. You like blind them mid-cast. That can be in place of landing a kick or landing a stun. At least he wasted all of his peels when I'm not even on DR yet. Backs the sleep. Going H-bomb more, I guess. But not a Crimson Vial, it's a waste of energy. So gouge for the blade storming pet. I slowed it though to kite it. Guess we got his wall while stunned. It's available every other stun of the game, just like Dark Pact while stunned every other stun of the entire game. Fuck, I actually faked something? That's insane. Fuck that. Got bubble. Getting coil feared here and X tossed. Actually just dying on our go. Well, it's his go, I guess, because he actually used his heals offensively for once. Playing this guy off this stuff. He wastes Dark Pact. Why react to just pressing it while stunned when you can just react to the sap even though they're not even going you? I don't even think he pressed Shadow Free once last game in 7 minutes. That's the first time I think I've seen him use it. Becoming sentient. The raid boss is getting more mechanics. We're starting to go now at that 60% dampening mark. Pretty much a repeat of last game. Banish doesn't do much here, but... Dueling the sphere. Take some of the dragon burst out of the equation, but let's get Shadow Freed instead. Okay, he's pressed it twice now in 5 minutes. That's insane. Really is getting more mechanics. I can't cover the sleep getting dispelled there. I don't like this meld because now I can't outplay a coil with it. And I was kind of dance charge starved, so I had to send it. Probably has bubble back in 20, so I need to kill on this next Thundeer in 10. Gouge the Bladestorming Pet. Hopefully I don't die through Emerald. Phase for Damberduck. Okay, we blades this guy and we try to kill him because he has bubble in 10. Blind lock DR, I don't even care. He bubbled back because I guess he has CDR. Omnibar lied. Guess I shouldn't have all in then. We're probably dead here because Fear won't break on damage. Or I'll just get axe tossed or coiled out of it. Actually has no coil for 8. Bomb the coil at least. I think we're just dead though because mana. Not really a way to drink when he just has pets on him the whole game. Alright, time to play some Outlaw for a bit. Too many really boring cringe comps to fight. I want to have fun and actually do stuff, but you just can't play the game into a demo lock. Both of them just press buttons while stunned. And then, like, you know, Axe Toss and Pally Wall and Axe Toss. And Dark Packs. I said Axe Toss twice. So unfun. No, I wasn't playing Boomy. Depends on the PC, yeah. There's just so many classes that don't interact with the game. You just PV. That's basically how every BM Hunter game goes too, right? You're just fighting some literal bot. It's like 1,000 rating higher than they belong. Like, I would much rather lose to like a good affliction, like doing more damage and like faking a bunch of kicks and doing anything. You want to sign up again, Donovan? I got you. I need to play some Outlaw. We'll keep going with Donovan though. Yeah, I mean, in general, I think even the AMD GPU market is almost starting to do better on everything but ray tracing. Or like equal to or slightly worse than for significantly less price. You're kind of Twitch? I don't believe so. I'm at 109. Yeah, they go for AMD is more for just mid-range cards, but like, yeah. The best place is kind of just if you know what you're looking for to get used stuff on like OfferUp or marketplaces and stuff and just avoid getting scammed, but people are always upgrading their stuff. Yeah, that's the nice thing about the AMD cards is they have a lot of VRAM. How much RAM should I get? So that's something I've just recently learned about. I used to always just go off frequency and I thought frequency was speed. But there's actually a cast latency, which not all RAMs that you're buying is like marketed towards. But you should try to, feel way less input laggy if you buy faster RAM, and I'm not talking about the frequency. It'll be like CL30 instead of like CL40. And that actually does play a little bit of difference, placebo or not. But yeah. I would try to tunnel that and get at least 32 gigs than buying like 64 gigs of slower RAM at the same frequency, even if they're both like 6,600 megahertz. On like an AM5, DDR5 type thing. phase kick? It doesn't. It's weird just playing a spec that does DPS. Lower number is better. So a lot of times you think you're getting a better deal, and you're like, oh, this RAM is, you know, more expensive. It must be some RGB gimmick, you know, and it's like, oh, this kit is $50 more, and it's like, you know, why not just get 64 gigs of the cheaper, you know? But like, actually, it does kind of matter. I would rather have some CL28, CL30, 32 gigs of RAM, assuming I'm not doing like full on crazy editing workstation level stuff. Like even for me, even when I have 2 to 3 WoWs open and I'm multi-streaming a vertical canvas and a normal canvas to YouTube and Twitch, I'm never really going above 70% memory at 32 gigs. I think I have like the 990 Pro, I think, Samsung, like M2 SSD. Not the greatest SSD, but SSDs are pretty cheap. You can get like a 1 terabyte good SSD for like $100, and then you can do like a 2 terabit for like 160. I just wasn't gonna wait shipping when my computer died, and I went to Best Buy because I had my SSD for like 2 PC upgrades. So it was like a 3 or 4-year-old SSD at that point, the 980 Samsung one, but. So motherboards is more just if it's compatible, which the best way if you're a noob to do that is to just use a website like PC Part Picker or something like that, and it'll kind of tell you, it'll have kind of like built-in power wattage calculators of like how much watts each part you're selecting is, and if they're compatible with one another. Like you don't want to like buy, you know, like a CPU that only fits like an AM4 motherboard instead of like AM5 or something like that. And that'll, like, for the most part, that's kind of really the only issue you can really have is whether your motherboard supports your CPU or RAM. But yeah, even building computers is way more casual now than it used to be, now that almost everything is like PCI Express slots and just kind of snapping in. There's no more cable managing like 5 million Molex cables everywhere for every single fan and every single hard drive, you know? You go mostly Versa and then mostly crit. And then haste depends on what build you're playing. If you're playing T, you probably only need like 10, 15 haste. Yeah, PC Part Picker. That'll help you a lot. That'll help you plan the build, and then you can go buy your parts wherever, like Micro Center or Newegg, or, you know, or look for used stuff on like OfferUp or like, you know, any marketplace. I'm gonna give them the opener, but I'm not gonna AR it. Guys, just waiting his sweet time. Alright, still sap trinket because he's getting lined by his teammate. Hopefully he stops his clone. Oh, I think he had kick for that. Drop lever to kick penance. Couch into that, feels bad. Might be dead here. He has Windcarn in 1 minute. Can't gouge because Fire Breath Thought. Grapple over kick penance in a sec. I can't because Ursul's been cloned. Grapple over kick ulti. He actually faked. Got my Adrenaline Rush going at the last second. YOLO bomb this just to give him more time to sleep or anything. Phase out of that. Got wall. Grapple over kick heal. JK stun cloned. Grab AR and a couple more finishers. Grapple for a kidney into sap. Guy stays combat. Never mind, I do get it. He does have Incarn. Fainted this. Try to grapple kick that, but I was still in the Ursul into the root. My guy might just die here. Got a blind feral, but yeah. Die in 1 clone because Windcarn. Pre-built's cheaper generally. That used to be the case. I mean, it still kind of is. Depends what you know what you're doing and if you get anything used or if you're reusing old parts from an old upgrade. But yeah, back in the day, it used to be pre-mates were exceptionally more. But I mean, there's just so many different OEMs and so much competition. And I mean, you're generally still gonna pay a markup, but not nearly as big of a scam as it used to be. Keyboard looks sick. Thanks, man. I mean, it's stuff you would just Google, Darren. But for the most part, it's not like the core things you got to care about. You just got to care about whether you can afford it. I know a lot of people say that as games get more and more, or worse and worse optimized, the VRAM requirements go up, and that's just like how much memory the GPU needs. And a lot of the more budget cards, like the 60 series and 70 series cards, well, I shouldn't say series because the series is the 2, 3, 4, etc. But the entry level cards of each generation tend to have way less VRAM. Than like the 80s and the 90s. So there is like a lot of like future proofing in that, of having more RAM as games get like less optimized like by that, but it's not something you really need to like plan your build around or care about. Just make sure that your power supply can do it, that you can afford it, that everything will fit your case. Like I would just get a bigger case than just, which is weird because like a lot of the cases that are all mid towers still vary a lot in size. I miss the days when people would just go and get full towers, but I would try to find like the dimensions and get a mid case that runs a little higher in case you have like a pretty big radiator on like your liquid cooling or something that's not gonna fit. Like when I first got my 3080, because it had like the triple fan radiator on it, I had to get a different case for that. I heard about that, yeah. NZXT mount, yeah. Which era is it? Yeah, but what error code do you get? Have you checked like event viewer in Windows or anything? Connect them out first, yeah. You've aged into Axtos, I think. Hopefully we can get me, but it was night and day easier though already compared to fighting this with sub. Instead of being 30 million behind, I'm like 20 million ahead. Ain't that? It's unfortunate that the game is so PV. Gouge that as an interrupt. Give me that as an interrupt. Hopefully I don't die through time dial. Even though this guy hasn't casted a spell in forever. Is Tyrant out now? Now we're scared because he actually got a couple casts off there. He Dark Packs aggro for no reason on his own go. Probably dropped combat there, but I didn't get the step. He actually faked something. I'm proud of him. We're probably dead here. Couch the pet on Bladestorm. We're probably dead here. We'll vanish in like 4 finishers, but he's getting Tyrant out. Drink that. Bubble lay on hands. I'm probably dead here. I lost my damage lead because I've been playing on the back foot for a while. For Loom still. Same concept of they just can't die because they're immortal. AC pre-wall is air at 100% HP when he's not even stunned. And I'm just farming cooldown reduction to not die to a pet behind a pillar. And I still die to a pet behind a pillar. What skilled players? Like he literally just actually plays like he's 1600. It's insane. I have played all this. I don't know, I just don't respect any Demolock player at all. They're all literally the same bot. Like, at least Affliction does anything, and Destro. But it's the same with me just not respecting H-Pals either. Like, all the best H-Pals, like, there's only been, like, 2 or 3 good H-Pals ever. That's, like, that, like, actually kind of almost mained it. And that's pretty much just, like, Brain. I guess for, like, Versace was always really good. Elite back in the day, and, like, Mop was always insane. Like, there's, like a couple good H-Pals, like, barely any. But like 99% of the time, HPAL is just like everyone re-rolls it and masters it in a weekend when it's bottom. And it's pretty boring. It's like less aggro of a healer. You just run in, you have like your 7 backup cooldowns, and you just cooldown trade the whole game and that's it. Like it's incredibly painful in shuffle when there's like 2 HPALs and you just have to deal with getting like 4 trinkets, personals. Probably 4 trinkets, 2 waves of personals, 2 bops, a bubble, and a lay on hands within like 2 minutes. Pretty much impossible unless they like overlap everything. Outlaw is better in shuffle. I honestly would just say Outlaw is very frustrating in shuffle too, though. I would say just play Asa for shuffle. Like Outlaw is higher rated than sub in shuffle, and it's just a better version of sub at a more similar playstyle. But it's really frustrating not having any burst. I'd say Asa is way easier to play in shuffle. Because like even if you fuck up everything, someone might just get bleed executed for no reason. Or you could play like the big 5 million in Venom like cheese build. You just have more agency to actually score a kill. Because like you can't trust anyone ever in shuffle, even at the highest ratings, to be worthy of your tricks or your roll the bones haste. Unless it's like a really specific comp where you like get a really good rogue real 3s comp, like if you get like Rogue Boomy or Rogue Lock or something. And you're at higher MMR. And they're not like gonna get trained by a warrior or something. Then you can maybe kind of play like a normal 3s game for them, but I generally like to play Smoke Bomb in Shuffle or Outlaw to have like a little more kill pressure. But I think just playing Asa is just higher quality of life for Shuffle. I'm getting axe toss feared 3 times. My vanish is shorter than the axe toss, even though I outplayed it. I snapped this guy out of nothing. Nope, he plugged his keyboard back in. Fuck, I actually tried to fake something? That's insane. Gonna DFA coil in a sec. I pressed it. Knew it was coming. Feels bad. Getting into blind. I might still just be dead. He's becoming sentient. He evolved from 1600 to like at least 2k. He's actually gotten 2 fakes in 4 minutes now instead of like 1 to 0. He's like actually trying from hearing the shit talk. Even though he doesn't need to. He can go for 0 fakes, doesn't really matter at all. If I wasn't doing viewer 2s and I was playing with like a resto druid or something, it'd probably be easier to just wait for, or like an H-pal of my own, to just wait for like 80% dampening. Like, it's probably not even worth me ever coming off the pillar. Because the problem is just we only lose on mana. So it's pretty impossible to beat an H-pal on mana. Pretty much every game we lose at like the 60-70% dampening mark to just going Even though they'd never actually go in and do anything. It's just, oh, my air horn went off. Time to go defensively. Coil, Shadow Fury, Axe Toss 3 times. Nice, I peeled the Adrenaline Rush. So I'm just not going to play until we have like 80% dampening. That way we can have a little bit of mana when the game actually starts. But the problem is he's trying to play. He doesn't know what I'm doing yet. Which is nothing. We're already like 0-2 into this anyway. Sap Pally out of nothing because he's literally AFK. So he has to do like 1 heal a minute into the god class that can press everything while stunned. Block Port's aggro because he won't get punished for it. Dying through a pillar to pets. Very skilled. I mean, yeah. I mean, even when I was playing sub, I had like my full one-shot set up on him. With no Dark Pact, because he Dark Pacted literally air. Like, he just Dark Pacts aggro at 100% while I'm like not even able to hit him. Like on hook point. And then I like blades full combo him with everything. No Dark Pact. No wall. Already at like 60%. Already pre-dotted on a non-orc. And just tanks it in like 60% dampening. Ally just walks up, gives him a lay on hands. And it's like, oh, okay. Yeah, we'll just do one more probably, then mix it up. That's just not a fun matchup to get literally like multiple times in a row. Because it's 2 times on this rogue, and it was like 2 or 3 times in a row on sub too. We've found them like 4 out of 6 times or something. And each game is like a minimum of like 7 minutes of nothing happening. Actual class changes like what? The affliction buff for no reason, and the refusing to nerf HPAL or BM or outlaw or feral. Maybe the 7th Holy Priest buff in a row might make it go from F tier to D tier. Who knows? Is that any better? No, it's still bad. You want outlaw nerf? Yeah. I prefer playing sub. And outlaw is the best melee in tournament outside of feral. Outlaw and feral are by far the 2 best melee. And people cry about rogue because of outlaw. And then sub pays for outlaw's sins. I think the Windwalker buffs are going to be huge though. But the last wave of buffs also didn't do that much for them. But they're still going to be clunky. They're going to have similar problems as a sub rogue. Just that people will just cooldown trade well into them. And they're not that mobile. All their mobility is for running away, not for actually chasing people. Sun's a little early. He can't sleep off of it. Going spray out of the root. Sun, sap out of that. Very good, so I don't get the sap. Big penance in a sec. Okay, I'm like 90% slowed for no reason. Grapple ever get a cheap shot. Grapple back. JK, I get intimed on my grapple. Going spray out of the root in a sec. Could just kill here. I'm a range class. I mean, that's every expansion though, right? Sub is good like 10% of the time. Yeah, that's not enough though. It's a good nerf, but like not nearly enough. It's not reverting the lay on hands change and the forbearance change. And probably just removing lay on hands entirely. And then making Eternal Flame not usable while kicked. So they actually have to play precog. Do one more, Donovan. I got you. I don't think our druid is like fixable. Like it, yeah. Why willingly play a class that does not have infinity mana? Or buttons they can just press while stunned. I mean, I guess they can bark skin while stunned. But, oh, sorry. Dual tips? What do you mean by dual? Like shadowy dual? Or like make sure you always have blades for it? I'll take some free gold. Thank you so much, man. That affords my getting sockets for Windwalker and Hunter and Outlaw on my main. I mean, the price on gems is like 2k now anyway, so it's like 6k a socket to save 11k honor or whatever. Yeah, that saves me so much logging back and forth constantly. I mean, I'll take it. But yeah, different demo healer, but at least it's not an HPAL, so this might be a little more playable. Thanks for the raid, Ben. Fellow retailians, you know. We're just cheap shot off that. Right now we're just still doing some viewer twos. Probably mixing it up after this and getting someone new in, but I've been playing with Donovan for a hot minute. We've been fighting like multiple different demo healers for like an hour. And not having the best time into HPAL still. But hopefully we can get some shuffles going too. Excited for some of the changes next week, but I wish they would like nerf outlaw and buff sub or something, but that's just me hating outlaw and hats all the time. Try to gouge this as an interrupt. And I can try to avoid the next one. I have AR and like 2 more finishers. Do a kidney into blind sap. Blinding off that. Getting my sap vanishing early so I don't get feared. It breaks. Got life cocoon, but 2's has higher dampening, so I can kind of break through it. Like that. Meld to keep my adrenaline rush going. Grapple over for a stun, grapple back. I can die here randomly. I vanished. Good fear. Almost in touch of death range, very scary. Gouge that as an interrupt, and I can stun the next one. Trinkets, can't stop this one. Stun me randomly. Gonna switch it to my healer now though. Oh, he's just going my healer. There's Tyrant. I get a free re. We get to sleep out of nothing. I might be able to sap that because of the re-stealth I got. Get the sap. Pick the fear. Big killing spree. Getting shadow freed on it though. I have evasion and 1 finisher, but I'm dead here. Yeah. Yeah, we'll go back on some sub double DPS probably if we get something. Why do you hate outlaw? It's just a lot of the RNG procs. It feels kind of Ellie Shaman-y, where you either just proc between the eyes like 1,000 times in a row or you don't. And then I really hate not having Shadow Step. I think that's like an iconic part of Rogue. GG's Donovan, thank you again for the gold. I appreciate it. It helps me a lot with getting sockets for my Survival Hunter and Windwalker and all that. I'm excited for the Windwalker buffs on Tuesday. What makes Outlaw good? It's just a better version of sub. You're more mobile, more tanky, and you do better sustained DPS. Yeah, the hero talents for it are kind of weird too, yeah. And then like grapple also is just really buggy. Like sometimes you just get CC'd and it cancels out. And it's just more reactable, like, cause like they could just see you flying at them and just fake it. So it's like people have to kind of choke for you to just grapple over and kick them. Whereas like Shadow Step, it's instant and they just like blink and they're like, oh, I got step kicked. You know, it's like, oh. You see someone, you see a pirate just like Batman grapple and hook across the map. You have like a whole half second to be like, oh, he's flying at me, and then you just fake. And there's also the getting behind people for like dodge mechanics. So like you can't like Shadow Step disarm behind like an evasion or like a warrior parry or a fist of fury or something like that. Like you can't like step kidney, you know. It's just grapple is just inferior. So it's unfortunate that Outlaw is just like a better PvE spec and like the PvE playstyle is like better. But people pick what's like the highest consistency because consistency is really important. Yeah, the monk buffs are pretty big, but I'm more just confused why they buffed Affliction and why they're like not nerfing BM or Feral or Outlaw or Holy Pally. Like I like that they buff things rather than nerf things, but the numbers are there that a lot of specs are just literal extinction event. Sub is literally extinct. Arcane and Fire are not great. Holy Priest has been buffed like 6 times and it's never enough. Resto Druid's been buffed a bunch. I don't think it'll change much. It's just like either your class has counterplay or it doesn't. And the ones that just are consistent just win. Like in Shuffle, it's very hard to go through like 4 trinkets, personal CDs, 2 bops, a lay on hands, and a bubble, and multiple sacks in like a 2-minute game. Because like a 2-minute shuffle round is like an 8-minute real game in terms of dampening. Try to blind off that for a sap. Book the binding shot. Maybe step kick druid if you ever cast. We got turtle. Gonna meld for a cheap shot here, even though it's not great. I just typhoons me. That was a good typhoon. Farm dance charge on the pet, I guess. At least this is his tree of life. I have blades in like 20. Fortunately, I'm just chains of iced by a hunter somehow. He's going for trap. I'll cloak it or eat it in a second. Oh, you faked the precog. Druid's drinking here. Or not. Got crit immunity. I should have probably just swapped Druid instead. Huge damn. Down he goes. 5% buff will fix that happening. No. Yeah, I feel like the Karma nerf doesn't do that much to Windwalker, because I feel like Karma actually was a real CD for once. It doesn't break instantly anymore. I feel like they have enough defensive options. Like, it's just the ones that like trinket aggro and don't plate work and stuff like that that can die. And most cases where they die, it's because they got like popped on Karma or like Veil of Midnight, like cloaked on Karma. So like at that point, the amount that Karma does is irrelevant if it just gets removed. Like getting like some 30% buffs on things when they already got pretty big buffs, like it's just gonna be, can they connect? Which is usually no, because all their mobility is for like running away. So like, yeah, still gonna be clunky. It's a similar problem that Subrogue has, where people just always have defensive. I thought all of the changes were buffs. Did one of them get nerfed? I thought they also buffed. I think I might have misread it for Conduit. Or no, the Conduit changes for Mistweaver only. Shadow Pain Flurry increased by 30. Blackout Kick increased by... Or Blackout got reduced by 15. Okay. I didn't see that. I thought all of them were buff. So 30% Fist for 15 Blackout. And then the passive. I mean, I think that's still positive. If I look at these. Yeah, I didn't see the blackout nerf. Oh, the auto ads going in. I'm sorry. I didn't have any snoozes for it. I should have ran it between the queue. I didn't think the queue would be quick. I was distracted by looking at the changes. It just lets me sap him. Okay, cloak the binding. Oh, paints up. Got crit immunity. Getting half feared out of this. I dodged the fear with Shadow Step. Pick penance in a second. I'm ready for it. Got it. Into a gouge, into a kidney. Breaks. Kidney fear though. I have to melt cheap shot because kidney's still on CD from the nerf I forgot about. I can blind off that because he's nowhere near the fear. I want a secret tech, but it'll break. Okay, we got some trinkets there. That's not bad. Pick penance again. Not a CD, so I don't want to evade. Vanish the ulti pen so it doesn't go off. Got him here, I guess. Gonna duel here. Take a Vis crit. Got trinket wall. We get a double fear. He fades the fear actually. That's bad. Can't kick the penance because I got feared. Kick the ulti though. He actually fakes the ulti. I'll vanish it again though. Then I'll gouge him into a kidney. Gonna break the hit our ulti though. I guess I just go him. Okay, we got paints up. Now I switch. Got turtle. He gets their ulti off now finally. I'm just gonna line it. Farm dance on the pets. I don't know if we needed to fear the pets. There's only 2 pets too. It wasn't even the full zoo. It's all good though. I have blades for this go and he has no crit immunity. I just got intimed on my dance. Feels bad. Into trap. I might die to this Abyss though. A 2 million. 2 hits, 2 crits. What even was that? 1.6 physical into 500 shadow? And you shouldn't have wasted crit immune. No, I don't have kick in my step. I have focus step sap, which most times are in combat. And then I'll just press my focus kick at the same time I'm pressing focus step. So I'm pressing shift mouse button and shift F. Step kick. Thank you, Nico. I forgot to go DFA, but at least I can cloak monk disarm. Red evasion axe toss. Dark Pack's first global. 3 life cocoons. I'm gonna finish my stacks and then I'll go Mistweaver. Gonna get feared here though and re-axe tossed. Check look. Finish my stacks before I can go back to the warlock. If I can get there. Finish them. Pick fear. I can bomb him while he's kicked and he can't port. He trinket ports. Punks out of combat. Oh. Gotta drop that. Go kidney. Good point of this just to get finality ready. Make sure we don't get double leg swept off that. Punk's out of combat, but meld sap him, even though it's kind of bad. Maybe we can fear it. He gets the fear. Hell yeah. Set my healer to get back to the lock. Take a vis crit. Can duel at the end of the fear. The wall's only at 20%. It's a really late wall. Gouge the fear on the wall. And maybe one more cheap shot the next fear. If I get axe tossed. Start ulti pen though, and I have a big avis crit. Finally fix my kick on like the 5th one. Just running. We'll gouge the pet if it blade storms. I get clashed a couple feet. Pick that. Might be dead here. Good paints up. Waiting out the dark pack. There's no point in me trying to do damage. Get my sap. Big avis crit, he might die. Evase for Damerduck. Luckily faints off global, so I can kind of fit it in right here. Defensively to not get counter pressured as much. Refaint. Faint the axe toss. I'm still gonna trinket it though. Try to off-stun healer in a sec. Get that. Got his trinket. Mouse over, kick the pet. Blind healer in 1 when it's off CD. Bomb to maybe get a sap. JK, I get coiled. Probably just step my healer in line if I don't die in the Shadow Free. I think I do though. He has no swap or anything. Gouge the pet. Lock ports in aggro. Lock actually fakes something. Gets Tyrant out. Cloaking. Dying through Dome and Cloak. Bombing any fears or anything they go for. Kiting the healer. Might sap the healer in a second. He misses all of his AoE trying to get me out. Sapped him. Breaks, of course, so nothing. And now I'm energy starved. Maybe I just try to kill the healer even though I don't have dance. Here in a sec. JK's not even going for it. Picked it, but doesn't matter. Trying not to line him, but I also have to kite these pets. I'm in touch of death range. Yeah. I'm trying to play like the full one-shot build, but it's hard. I made a couple of DFA outplays that would have helped too. Like Goblin IRL, I mean, I'm a little tall to be a goblin at like 6'2", you know. Definitely could gain weight though. I'm only like 150 pounds, but. I'm not even in my L pose right now. I could be playing like this if you want. Frog a crooked spine, you know. This is the true goblin right here. Going full XQC. Let's just play to cheese this game. Yeah, after this game I'll link it for you. World first DK to not trinket aggro. And then IBF aggro. Never seen a DK with patience before. That's kind of crazy. Thank you for linking it for him. Appreciate you, Mord. Gouge the AMS. grip. Look at this crit. I just get grip the second time. I have CDs for the next go. Kinda landing my healer, but I'm just dead. That sucks. I died in a string. We had swap, rapture, everything. Died in a random off silence. Yeah, it's on the target frame. I don't like the under player frame. Go to this healer. I mean, we're just doing viewer twos, man. I can't be picky. I'm just trying to play all day. Getting him up at least a couple hundred real quick. Or at least 800. Put on some more Versa. Maybe just play OP Cloak too. Outlaw Reprimand build? Nah. You mean keep it rolling? Reprimand doesn't exist. Or do you mean the actual reprimand on supercharge instead of like with 9-point supercharge? I just don't like playing it. There's too much counterplay. I feel like I play a lot better with T. Really tilting when people just kill you. Do you feel really energy starved if you don't like Adrenaline Rush 3 times in a row and get a 5 roll? On keep it rolling. Like even with like 20-25 haste. You feel way more like vulnerable to like micro CC and like a rogue mirror or like demo lock or warrior. You just get shut down way harder if people play well. Whereas with T, it doesn't really matter what's going on. It's just more consistent. This guy's just running more like he's the sub rogue. Let me get the paints up. Feels bad. Defensively blinds me. Find the subterfuge. He doesn't get any empowered Garrotes out. Big priest. Gouge for a fear, maybe. Offstone out of that for a fear, maybe. Big Abyss crit here. Maybe sat meld. Couldn't get it. We got swap though. Got paints up and we got cheat death. We get our own double fear. Might get a reinstat priest out of that. I stay in combat for an eternity. I vanish to get the sap. Big penance. Get the Abyss crit off the last second before I lose it. On healer, he fades. On healer now. Down he goes. I mean, that's just most Asa rogues though, right? Because the good rogues usually aren't playing Asa. The good rogues aren't playing sub either. It's just kind of play outlaw or you don't. Now, I would say I recommend Asa way more in shuffle. Just less tilting. Because you actually have burst. Yeah, I think sub rogue should always be the rogue PvP spec. It's a shame that it's not. It could definitely make CC like more relevant to the game. And less tilting for healers at the same time. So more people want to heal. Like if they just like killed triple DR and made DRs even take longer to reset, buffed CC back to 8, got rid of 90-second trinket on healer. Gave healers more ways to outplay CC. Am I the best rogue in the world? No, there's a lot of rogues better. Now, am I better than like 99.999 more than the rank 1 percentage of Twitch chat? Obviously. But yeah. There's a couple people per region that are better than me. Like Calvish is insane, Waz is insane. And I don't really multi-class, like even Peekaboo's been playing Feral. So multi-classing is kind of the most important thing about being a rogue. Pika's Feral shaped up quite nicely, quite quickly. For how bad his UI is. I haven't played real 3s in a long time. But usually I was just playing sub Affliction Mistweaver and sub Boomy Mistweaver. Like a month ago. When that was like top 60, maybe a little more than a month ago. I don't really enjoy Outlaw that much anymore. Do you see anything? My UI is less than most people. The funny thing. Meld coil in a second. Meld the infernal stun, I guess. Flip coil. Doesn't do it. I'm no longer Nelio. Finish my stacks. Go the healer, I guess. Meld the coil. Oh, it's on CD. I forgot. Then melded infernal stun. One bolt on me. A little scary. Go finish my stacks. Second bolt on me. I could have maybe tried to shadow step behind it, but I wanted to finish my stacks. Could blind this as an interrupt, and then I should be able to sap that. I'll vanish the fear. Get my sap. Could be a resolution thing, because I play 1440p on a 27-inch. Like, maybe it looks more cramped than it is, but I have a bigger screen. I'm not sure. I got Trinket this go, so I'm not going to, like, force more. Pick the Reef here. I'm just going to run. We're just waiting on DRs. I get lassoed, but I Crimson Viled it. 2 bolts, though, into a coil. Kind of scary. I don't know where my heals are at. Run the pet, because it's casting Chaos Bolt and it's scary. Might sap healer in a sec. I'm gonna lose my Visc crit buff because I've just been AFK dying for a while. Actually, I get it off with the last global of it. They overlap with Dark Pact and Earthern. Back to AFK. I just try to cheese this lock at duel, but he has wall. So he already used his Dark Pact wall stuns, but he has no trinket, no Dark Pact, and I have blades, but he'll just wall. Hopefully he greeds it. And wall's late. After this coil, I can go. He actually faked something. I might be dead because of that. He's greeting the wall, he can die. He just tanks it. Block the infernal stun. Pulse now. Now drop that because I couldn't sap. Probably get trinket link. Kill the link. Evade for damage reduct, but I'm probably still dead. Getting double killed. Pick the bolt. Gotta step back defensively. Block ports aggro. I'll meld Chaos Bolt here. Meld the coil when he does it. I pre-melded way too early. I'm getting coiled. I was just scared and I also wanted to cheap shot the shaman. My healer's gonna die in that. Got Dark Pact before I even committed stuns. Break it though. Go grab my soul. I'm just lining my healer hard, trying to come in his line, but he gets feared. Can blind lock, I guess, but I got earth grabbed out of line. He fades the bolt, but it goes off. Okay, still avoided it. Nice. Bombless, I guess. I just get knocked. Can't really do that without 2 shadow steps, I guess. I was just desperate because he had no trinket and kind of dead. But now we're like extra dead. Yeah. Yeah, they have an honor talent move called Soul Rip. It's like a 1-minute CD. It puts a little puddle on the ground, and if you don't go like pick it up within like 8 seconds, I mean, it's not, you get your stats back after, but it just takes away like stamina and damage and healing taken. It's like a Mortal Strike, stamina reduction, damage reduction, until you run in the puddle. Or until it ends, 8 seconds, 1-minute CD. This is what it looks like. Yeah, it'll put a little purple puddle on the ground. No, you have 2 steps. Yeah, if you just run into the puddle, you get your stats back early. Good thing they're buffing Destro. Buffing every spec onto the moon but sub. Never knew about the puddle rip. It's rework? I mean, it just got a rework, but yeah, the rework completely missed. Because no other spec in the game actually has to choose between quality of life and resource management and being able to do damage. So T is bad design, flag is bad design. And we're not that much higher DPS overall than where we were at before losing all of our utility. And I think the problem with Sub-Rogue more is other classes' design than our design. The classes just don't interact with one another, and the classes don't have enough counterplay. There's just too many defensives that people can press while stunned, like Pally Wall, Dark Pact, Warlock Wall, Bark Skin. Like 80% of the classes can just press a defensive while they're in CC. Or they just have at least like some 60-second to 90-second really good personal that they can just rotate infinitely with my trinket, your trinket, my wall, your wall. Which goes even better with HPAL when it's like, okay, you could literally flowchart out like 7 minutes worth of CDs where it's like, okay, this is Pally Bop, okay, this is your personal, okay, this is this guy's trinket wall, okay, this is Bop number 2, okay, this is Lay on Hands, okay, this is Bubble, okay, this is your trinket again with another wall, okay, this is another Bop. And you could literally flowchart that out like indefinitely. And there's just too many defensives in the game that are just way too high value. Like Dark Pact, Pally Wall. Like a really small win condition a lot of times to like actually be a spec that like tries to play for these like couple second windows. You just have to be a class that can like hold W and like Xbox controller, Ellie Shaman, BM Hunter, you know, them down. Like what's the point of playing a sub-rogue and just like getting CC'd a bunch to try to do this one shot where you're relevant like 10 seconds out of every 2 minutes? Or out of every 90 seconds? When you could just play a Feral Druid. Do double the sustained damage, double the quality of life, because you are unpolymorphable, unrootable, undisarmable. Incarn is a triple stun one shot just like a sub-rogue, but you also get to have outlaw sustained damage. And then you also get to have an Asa Rogue AoE blender if the team ever stacks. And then even if you don't fake kicks, you're getting kicks out of the way for your teammate, which is great. And then precog is a much better gem than the melee ones. Because I forget who tweeted it. I want to say it was Big Damn. But he was shining light on how this doesn't work on like half of the CCs in the game. A lot of classes, their stuns don't even proc this. Like Feral Druids don't proc this on people. If you're getting bursted on by a Feral, like this gem just does nothing. Like compare that to how game-changing precog is. Like there needs to be kind of like a melee equivalent of, you know, oh, you landed a kick, you get a precog. Because even in Dragonflight, the embellishments versus precog were so terrible. Oh, this guy DC'd. We'll wait. I should have gone OP Cloak, though, so I might actually be able to lose this. Because I can't Cloak Veil. Okay, he's back. Back's first global. Try to evasion the DR leg sweep. Getting repped. They hit this guy for 1 global, so he wastes wall at 100% HP. World first pally not to wall a CC kidney. Even the rank 1 pallies don't waste their wall for no reason. The guy gets an award with the patient DK. They'd be a super team if they combined with each other. How you doing, Hyena? Get that. And do a kidney fear, hopefully. Bomb to maybe get a sap. Could get it. Oh, he got out of the bomb in time. Big of his crit, but he has wall for it. Flops me. There's no leg sweep for like ever, so I don't really have to worry about stacking too much, but I am going to take a lot of damage. He has AoE and I don't really. Try not to die in this in cap, but I might. I don't get finality for this Abyss crit. But got Karma. Not playing OP Cloak. At least I made him panic run because he thought I cloaked it, even though I'm not playing OP Cloak. Very scared here. Dodge the peel. No kick this. Couldn't kick it. Probably dead then. Go on my healer with a DR leg sweep. I actually could win off that. That was a really good fear. Kidney. He's gonna get bopped here though, probably. He doesn't even. He just gets sacked. Ellie has a really big sack dot if I go him though. He just press this wall. Get incapped. Nice pre-dome. Gonna get ring of pieced out though, but I have a vanish and a trinket now. Step away from his AoE. He pre-walls nothing. I mean, I guess he was off stun DR, so it's kind of smart. He DCs again. Honestly, I don't know who this guy is. I don't know why I'm waiting. Feeling merciful because of the raid. Normally, I don't wait ever. Unless it's like an actual friend that I play with. Like if it's like Aegis or something, I'll wait. But I don't know. I'm feeling merciful right now. Because in most cases, no one will ever wait for me, so. He trinkets to get the double leg sweep. They bop aggro. They break the rep that they just got. Hopefully we don't die here. I have a lot of damage here with blades. I just need to farm the kidney. I also want to just not be energy starved. The karmas. We have to just live here and then we're chilling. He gets the fear. Port's only 2 feet. Wishing I had OP Cloak for this disarm so bad. Gets sacked, he's fine. I just get double legs with him. He's probably dead through PS here. Did it a little late, so he's gonna get in touch with that range. Yeah. Shouldn't have waited, but. Heavy on B tag. If I had Veil, there's probably like 2 windows where I could have killed him, but... We had a lot of good double fears though. Have to trade a little better, but... And maybe do a little more damage somehow. Even if we're not playing the damage build. But I'm also like 30 million behind because my uptime was kind of poor. Because it's an H-Pal, where I just wait forever and just get a bop or a sack or a bubble or another bop or a lay on hands. Oh, that's so loud. Bro, I did not. I vetted setting that up and it was not that loud. Holy hell. Because I set that up yesterday when you were suggesting it as a channel point reward. Holy hell, that was loud. I'm sorry. Holy shit, I need to turn that off. I was at least kind of quick to mute it, but should have muted it in OBS instead of like going to the soundbar to like. I muted it the sound for it, but let me see. Rather than just skipping it. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, when I originally added it and picked the volume, it didn't save. So it was at 100% instead of like 10, right? But you can't even go below 10% audio for whatever reason for this thing for the channel points. Which is different than how I do the AI text-to-speech things, but... Okay, it's now nerfed by 90%. I just sub-rogued that. Okay. Sorry if I blew anyone's eardrums out. You explain why killing boars and Elwyn's more fun? I mean, the same way that Zari running around on a Ret Pally in Westfall can have more viewers than AWC somehow. You know, it's just... really understandable to watch how paint dries. There's no, nuance. Let's figure it's just a look at the plays. Alright, it was still muted. I'll refund your points from when you linked it, but...
Oh, look at the cleanse, look at the moves! Faker, what was that?
Alright, this time I actually have Veil. So it should be fine. Put on some mastery gear too. How am I missing 3% mastery? Oh, the helmet. Nah. That was from Worlds in League. Guy is lagging all over the place still. Try to kick the Tyrael, just not in range. We got his trinket though, so that's good. He's gonna disarm me on this. Oh, he doesn't. Karmas. We got bubble there too. I'm not gonna re-rupture in case I want to gouge. Appeal. Gouge him out. Now I can rupture him. is going, so I'll just line it. Might sap Pally, he got back in combat. Run into blind sap though. It's not even worth to go for the sap. I mean, it might be now though. Just barely didn't get it. Like that. You missed the Searing Glare. Finish me. I'll just van, I guess. My second vanish though. Take a Vis crit. YOLO bomb. Gets the fear, love to see it. I don't get the sap because of the Fan of Knives there, but do a non-maxed out of Vis because I want finality for the Vis crit. They're going, so I'm just running. He clashes for the double leg sweep. Nice MC. Huge. Just getting capped. He's still gonna get the double sweep though. I can eat him before it. He's pissed. Alright, Karma. Cloak it off. Might meld for a sap. Meld disarm on accident. I was trying to hit the sap. We'll take credit for that one. I completely saw that disarm coming in a quarter of a second. It's so much harder to meld that than it is coil. It's like borderline instant. The jump scare when you're trying to react to disarm. Coil, it's like, oh, you have a quarter of a second, half second to react. You're like, just chilling. Thunder Trinket, you can die. Big Avis crit. Get my sap, hopefully. Nope, stays combat. Nice MC. Gonna Trinket disarm even though that's the only way I can die. Take the Searing Glare. We have a Fear really soon. I'll Kidney Fear in like 3. I'm just waiting on the DRs. After this leg sweep. That hit us both like 20 yards away. That was insane. Might actually die off that. Nice swap. DR cheap in case he wants to go for the Fear. I can just blind it. Could be able to kill with this Abyss right here. Bomb to maybe get a sap. Big Abyss crit again. Another Karma. Never actually killed through Karma. It's kind of bad to even try to hit into it. Nice, he pops anyway. Stop me from outplaying myself. I honestly, I don't break it, and it might be the way he kills my priest. He's gonna get hodged on this. I can't really avoid it. Get double swept. At least it's a DR sweep. Nice Sphere. I want a secret tech, but it'll break. He bubbles, so I can secret tech. He MDs the bubble, and I land the kick. Into a DR cheap shot. All she wrote. Now the Pally DC. Or a rage logged, I don't know. I doing sniped. Let's go DFA just for uptime. Might be good to like immune a knockback or a Nova or Dragon's Breath or something like that. Because you're immune to CC going in the air. That's good. Since I don't need Veil or Tricks or Disarm. How's it going? I mean, retail's been in a really rough state. My viewership's down like more than half. I've been struggling a lot. We just got a really nice Venruki raid today and the other day too. But yeah. Thank you everyone that's stuck around from Ven's stream as well. We're live generally 6 days a week. Sunday's usually my day off. But I've been thinking about going part-time in the next month or two. I don't think I can hang on for half a year until MOP. I kind of updated the resume the other day. We've just kind of voice cracked. We're hanging in there, but it's been brutal. Oh, we're fighting my boy Egg. I just need to get better at like the YouTube side of it, but I'm just not. I need to learn how to train that better. I'll let him get the rep. Kind of trolling. Find off that, I guess. The poison's ended. Who needs poisons? Put them on in Vanish so there's no shame. You won't know. I'm just hiding. Get the surge. Gouge that. That's like 5 blinks in 3 seconds there. Simmer down. A full discography of blink, blink backwards, alter, blink. I mean, it's just crazy that all the mage specs have dematerialize. But I mean, my mobility is also pretty stupid, so. At least I don't get like the bugged Shadow Strike teleport spam anymore now that Sepsis is gone. That was when it was truly insane, where you would just get like 3 bugged Shadow Strike teleports into like a step, into like a Vanish Shadow Strike. Into like another step because your CDR on Vanish reset step multiple times. Like losing the CDR on Vanish and the Sepsis actually did like cut my mobility in half almost. Pick that. Got wall. Hopefully you can like grip me for a sap or something. No, I'm not gonna get there. Gonna have to get rung. Running through the ring. I want to be on DR. It's actually awkward that he gets surge off from it though, actually. I thought I would just get dispelled. Because my healer didn't get paladins yet. Light off that for a sap. Hopefully sap that still. He stays combat. He drops combat now randomly. Gonna bomb that. It was just for my healer not to get CC'd, but maybe dual healer defensively here. He's gonna get sheeped off that though, but or not. They're just going him. Was not expecting that. Light sap Pally. He's not doing anything for a bit. No. Get Nova. Just a double crown the mage though. The most damage. Oh, he tempted it. Yeah, he's probably dead here. He's in execute range, and I can't peel because bop. Blocks aggro. He's stunned when he comes out. It's actually sitting it. That's crazy. I don't know why. Is his like cancel aura broken? There's no reason for him to sit that. Weird. That's that Pally because he's AFK. 3 walls. He comes out though. He phase blink. Look at that. Gonna get repolyed 2 more times though. I'll probably have to cloak the surge when he actually gets me into execute range or not. I'm still going my healer, but made him blink away from my healer at least. I get Hosh before I can cloak. Huge Eviscerate. TB Sheep though. You pay the Nova. Cool healer defensively. Gonna alter back right over here. I have no dance charges for a while, so might just blind mage defensively. Oh, dead here. I vanish in 1, but yeah. Die in 1 rip. That sucks. I had vanish in 1 second. Yeah, Rogue with no CDR is just like a fraction of what it used to be. Because our damage already got nerfed and our damage isn't that much better than it used to be. Like occasionally you can get like a 2 million hit, but like you basically just have horrible cooldown traits. People just have buttons for blades every time. You just do less damage overall because there's just more downtime on your offensives. And there's just like no cheese ability because you don't get like multiple kicks, and yeah, their blind isn't shorter than their trinket. You can't like set up multiple stun blind saps. There's just way less win conditions you can hit. You just kind of just hope that you randomly kill them through a defensive with some big crit. Way clunkier. Especially if you play like the T build and like the flag build and all that. Try to cheese this game. Look the blind. Well, I whipped that, but at least I stepped behind the Searing Glare so it doesn't hit me. Can blind that as an interrupt. Trinkets. Do a gouge. Finished my stacks. Half ears aren't always great because now our DRs don't really line up that well. But it's fine. Got a bop. Take a Vis crit into a secret tech. Got lay on hands. I don't know how they still have that on me. Here's all of my CDs though. Maybe I could play the game here. I'm getting Searing Glared on it. Nice, he misranged it. It's like 1 yard out of range of it hitting me on all my CDs. So I wasn't sure if I was gonna get it to spell. Land a kick into a kidney. Into a gouge. Do I just stun duel this guy in a second? Do a secret tech. Ice bounce. Like that. Steering glad. Not much I can do about it. Might be a little scared here soon. I'm in this. I have a vanish and that's it. Kidney into a blind. I think we're just dead. Have to go now or we die. Yeah, we still die. I had CDs this go, but he had no icebound, no trinket. I just had no duel or anything for it, so Pally would just bubble or bop it again. Do I play and choose more of the healer? Yeah, double DPS is not really viable at all. Unless you're like 2 rank 1s, smurfing like 400 plus rating below where you belong. Pretty much extinct. Like me and Egg or something could get like 2-3 or something. But like I could just play with a healer and get like 2-5 if I wasn't just playing viewer 2s, right? And for reference with how deflation it is, 2200 is like top 100 in 2s. Just kind of insane. Because I've pretty much half of top 100 is me playing with like 20 different viewers. It's just healer DPS. With just a bunch of random dragons and shamans and priests and paladins and every healer. You play Kata? I used to. We almost won the Cataclysm tournament. Me, Majidin, and Pepe. I got third. We almost reverse swept Sidu, who won the whole thing. And then, yeah. But I haven't really played since then, just because I got sucked into retail AWC. Even though it didn't work out for me well. And then the season ended, I didn't have people to play with. And then season 2 started, and I just didn't want to do PvE again. I was like, I don't want to do Firelance. So I haven't touched it. I wanted to play Kata all the way through and just do PvE every season, but it's just hard to find people to play with every day. And there's like no solo queue. I don't think Mop Classic will last that long, to be honest. I love Mop. It's definitely I don't like Burst of Speed and a few other things about it. Like I actually like Kata more than Mop in some ways, but the no PvE gear will be good for a little bit. But I don't, unless Blizzard actually makes real changes to it, I don't think it's gonna have that much longevity. Like they're not gonna add solo queue or anything good for it probably. Or cross faction or, you know. I think the no changes crowd has way too tight of a grip. But I just think it's bad for the game that there's so many different versions of Classic. There's no reason for a Mop Classic to compete with TBC Classic, against Vanilla Classic, against SOD, against Retail. Like there just needs to be one SOD-ish Classic plus improvement of Mop or Kata versus one Retail. And Vanilla, WoW can just go die. People have already played through, counting the original vanilla like 5 times almost at this point. Let them go play a private server at this point. We can do hardcore on actual engaging content. On classes that, you know, have more mechanics. Because it's really just a knowledge check. And I think part of what would make that more fun is not having all of the knowledge. People are way too comfortable with it. Like, it was already easy to do it with, like, the Iron Man challenge of just doing it with, like, no gear on. When you're doing it, like, with guild resources and, like, trading items and stuff like that, it's even easier. And I mean, it's just really knowing what, you know, dungeons to do and what quest chains to do for certain, like, gear and all that. And, I think just not knowing what you're doing. Like, when you play, like, an ARPG in hardcore or something, like PoE or something, at least you're kind of getting a roguelike different experience every time. A lot of people that do hardcore, they've made it to max level or failed, like, you know, dozens to hundreds of characters at this point. Across multiple different iterations and reboots of Classic. So, like, it's not like a, you know, it's just too familiar. My poor flag is at 8 stacks. Okay, I got it to 20 at least, but I'm just dead here though. Not a great blind, but I'm gonna try to get like a smoke bomb sap, the cheese. Got it. Got his trinket with that. Done his trinket. Guy's emoting me. He's the one playing BM Hunter Healer. He should be happy he got to queue into a sub rogue. Like, that's like an 80% chance to win on accident. Rizdane, thank you for the gift. Sorry, I was late on mid game noticing it. Appreciate you. Make the enemy frame red if kicks on CD. Is this setting in Better Blizz? I'll show you. So in Better Blizz frames, go to advanced settings, the interrupt icon, you just want to check border status. Good night, Riz. It's not a weak war for combat indicator, that's just built into Better Blizz also. Like, one of my mods made these, and these are like half my UI or more. Everything UI related is on my Discord. All the weak auras, everything. Better Blizz import. Omni CD import, Omni bar import. It's all there. That was not good. Can't move. Getting chains of ice by a hunter. Okay. Saved it all for next game. I mean, it kind of rossed at the end of it. But... I mean, if I'm doing viewer twos, you can either sign up or you don't have to beat me. You just have to beat the viewer I'm playing with. Not like I'm like playing with a multi-rank 1 friend at this rating, you know? Otherwise I would just 30-0 to like 24. If I tried to play like high games, it would just be me sitting a 9-minute queue to fight Dino and Magnus every game. Like, at least I'm not doing the peekaboo 1v2 1600 bracket, you know, where I just run in and win in the opener. Playing like some rogue demon hunter or something, you know. Just trying to help people, but yeah, if you want to sign up, I can help you get a couple hundred or something. Eventually. Like, I swear, like, half of the top 100 is just viewer healers that I've gotten plus 300 for. Because 2200 is like top 100 in twos. I'll just play up to like the 2-3 Dino bracket, then play some double DPS back to like 1900, and then just grab another 1600 healer and like get them a couple hundred. Or another 1800 healer even sometimes. Got this guy on CDs. He rage trinkets and pre-IBS before even getting stunned. This guy is lagging all over the screen, man. Think of his crit. Guess I'm the DK now, man. AoE in them both. Oh, I tried to blind that. That was on CD. Meld that. Don't trinket. Take that. Do a gouge, maybe a fear out. Oh, he's not going for it. Really scared for my healer here. I have CDs in like 5. I probably should have gone disarm to help him out a little more. Almost if I press any buttons, I'll waste T. I'm like, I can't press anything. So I'm like hovering one builder away from auto T'ing. I'm just like, oh great. Like, I honestly feel like I have to energy pool more when in that situation than I would not playing T. Where I just don't want to waste it. Because if I go to 40 energy, I auto waste it in when I'm not ready to do a go yet. How can you reset? You just play double DPS. And you try your heart out and you still lose like more than half your games. And then you quickly tank. And then you deal with 20 different people coming in your chat going, GG's, I was the hunter healer, by the way. When they like fight you playing like rogue boomkin. Like, okay. Trying to play some rogue affliction, and yeah, you definitely did a great job playing Holy Pally Warrior, you know? But I still try to give people some credit, but definitely hard not to Get salty when you're just fighting a bunch of like BM Hunter healers and Demo Lock healers all the time. Especially all the Holy Pallies and Shuffle. That's like the true tilt there. Guy's not karmaing. I mean, I'm gonna cloak it, but like... Okay. When season 2? Probably like February. Kind of what the roadmap was showing. I'll just maybe give them the opener even though. He opens. Okay, cool. Thanks, mate. He actually Meld immuned my flag. Oh no, I'm still getting stacks, never mind. I don't know why I didn't see the debuff, I'm just blind. Blind for a sap. Sapping here. You're bashed, he's not going for clone. Holy one shot. Dueling case trinkets for the swap. Priest did trinket the sap. I still don't kill. He's gonna get the swap off unless I kill in the bomb. Ooh, that's robbery. The pre-trinket on the duel. Thank God he wasn't closer to just swap instantly. What happened to his ult? I did a gigantic... Let's count all my modifiers for it. Supercharge. T. Flag. Symbolic. Finality. Yeah, I think that's it. We lined up the true nuke. We had 30 stack flag. 3 symbols for another symbolic. And then we had finality because we always counter finishers to land the guaranteed Viscrit Darkest Night with finality. And we were playing T in flag instead of the normal CC build. And we're playing full mastery, 94% mastery, NG goggles, NG bracers, just full glass cannon. Catalyst boots. You put the conquest boots in the like tier maker machine, you get these. But yeah. Can't really go more mastery than that. Yeah, with 30 stack flag and symbolic and T, yeah, we got a 2.6 mil on him. But if he lives the opener, he's still gonna do double my damage. If he just cooldown trades every 90 on blades, he wins by default. Happen that. Blinding to sap up that. Trinkets. Step kick into a gouge probably. Okay, I get searing glared. Crap, he actually fakes me. That was a good fake. Banish the wrap. Good shot for a fear, maybe. he's out of combat. He gets back in combat before I can sap him. Getting repped off this. Gonna break though. No point for him to go for it. Probably just faking Searing Glare the whole game. Got some good fakes. If I'm the Lich Port. Maybe sap that if I'm lucky. Lucky one time. Take a Vis crit. Get him to bop. I get the bop off. I'm not gonna try to step kick anymore. He just wants to fake the whole time. But he knows he never actually has to heal. He's AoE killing me even though he hasn't targeted me. And we just die. Yeah. He gets to do double my damn because he's just getting AoE off the whole time. But I'm not going to win the race trying to solo the pally either. Just gotta use our personals a little better. Hard though, because you can't like heal. Because he just has like 3 trinkets. Because he can Lichborn aggro, trinket aggro, IBF aggro. Potentially AMS something, just pressing it on CD. And also get bopped aggro multiple times. So it's kind of like he has 5 trinkets almost. Not like we could just get like double fears and then like go both of them and go HPAL a lot, but I can't really gouge him if I keep a rupture on him. Not actually sure what I can do to like help him live more. The other game I thought it was just that I didn't have disarm, but we should live definitely at least a couple more minutes. Like we should kind of have like 6 or 7 minutes to kill them. Might be using like the paint subs and stuff too early. Like it just has to be the Unholy Frenzy with like A-bomb and like the full zoo out. And we just have to RP walk at the pally for fears. Whether we're dying or not, like it's just... A lot of it was just I got faked on like 4 step kicks on Searing Glare and Rep. Like I can just let him cast it and you can just dispel me. Look at this. Got revival. Got to this interrupt. Set my healer to run from Tyrant and everything. Gouge the pet in a second. Kidney for a fear, hopefully. DFA'd the coil. Pick that. We're just gonna run though. He gates in. He's not really that punishable. That's just blade storming on me through Ravage. I can knee and bomb this. He just goes in for the double X sweep. That sucks. I was gonna try to cheap shot him on the way in, but might just die for that. Big fear. Sun healer. Into a blind. My one shot gets ruined by one axe toss. Actually, I still kill. No, I don't. This tyrant out. Invasion the leg sweep. Get a cheap shot for him. I'm probably dead here. Still have swap, but I think I'm just dead. Nothing I can really do about the whole Legion army being on me. I better get a tier set for clearing this raid. Port's aggro. I have one shot in like 7. Problem is he has trinket. And packed, just no wall. Got revival. Guess I'm cloaking. Ouch. Run from the blade storm with that. Actually, it's not even blade storming. Think of this crit. Got Trinket Life Cocoon. It's pretty deep dampening though, so it didn't do much. Beige for Damberduck. I get coiled though. Didn't DFA it, so I might just die. I have a big duel for this guy right before his wall comes back up. I just have to live here though, but highway robbery. Oh, I got the wall. Thought he would actually die before the wall. Man, he might die through wall. Dampening's high, and I have a lot of damage still. Hell yeah. He's so mad about that one. Mostly just redirect kidney, yeah. You can sap off redirect kidney a lot too if you're playing like Fire Mage RMP. There's a lot of times where or like even Rogue Lock and they're like not dotted. Could you like redirect kidney sap? If it's not just gonna get like Ring of Frosted. There have been times where I have done like a redirect to build kidney type situation for a swap. But it's really, really rare. Or like a panic like redirect deadly throw or something to like get to someone. Like I still have it bound normally, but 99% of the time it's just redirect kidney or you don't even press it at all. Your teammates are playing well. A lot of times you're just kidneying the kill target. And just playing off of like your teammate CC or swapping the healer a lot or blind go or bomb go. It won't make or break your experience not having a normal one. But couldn't hurt to have it though. Let me get a protein bar and an extra water real quick. Guy pre-unused. Playing unused trinket outlaw. And smack right into his adrenaline rush. Unlucky. I probably shouldn't be playing T in this matchup. Got swap. Take ulti. So he can't go for a sap. That guy's on CD. Gonna go for a half here. Vans. I'll try to gouge subterfuge and do a disarm. No trinket for this. He trinkets though. That pick that. Oh, that's awkward. Ouch though. Dual healer for CC because I trust my healer's damage more than my own. I was gonna say if that penance didn't 2-0 him, I was gonna take back all of that trust right there. Like I have no dance, so I'm not gonna do anything anyway. Best class to play. BM Hunter, Ellie, Warlock, Shadow Priest, Feral, HPAL. No, Devo isn't that good. It's annoying to chase. It's like more annoying than chasing a Frost Mage, but you'd pick number one, Hunter. Like pretty much half the ladder is Hunters that have no idea what's going on. Beastmaster, yeah. But yeah, just use any like PvP kind of ladder site like Murloc or Ceramate or Check PvP, anything like that. You can just kind of filter by the spec that you want to look at. Yeah, I'm just going off of like what is the easiest, right? Like Fury Warrior could probably be up there too. Ret Pally at least takes a couple keybinds to be easy. Or even if you just mess up everything and don't sync correctly and don't like sack your teammates well. And you can get some like 3 million burst off on Ret sometimes. Like Ret's actually okay. Really good in Blitz, really good in Shuffle. Into like rogues and stuff, but everyone kind of has a triangle of what they're good into and what they're bad into. But the only classes that ignore the rules and are just good with every comp into every comp for a DPS is probably just Ellie Shaman and Hunter. There's not really a bad matchup for them. Like Ellie, I guess, is good into Hunter kind of sometimes because of Earthgrab Totem, but yeah. Like SP and Warlock are insane, but like they can lose to Warrior. I was gonna say I've turned it, but tried to clip foil there, but couldn't. Might be dead here though, but I might also kill him right here. I have the most damage. I don't really know anything on the PvE side. I don't think so. I got the 2.5 there. Yeah, I would say at the end of the day, it's like asking me what your favorite color is. As long as you don't pick like Holy Priest, Resto Shaman, Resto Druid. Obviously, these might change even next week. Some of them are getting buffed. But as long as you don't pick, like, those bottom 3 healers, or Sub Rogue, or... Honestly, all the melee are kind of mid, except for Outlaw and Feral. But I guess Fury's pretty easy, and depends on what level you're saying. Like tournament level, it's just like those 2 melee being the premier high uptime Mortal Strike stunner. But like for ladder, anything's possible for rank 1. Most of the game is like 8 tier at least. Except for like the bottom 3 healers and Subaruk. And I think that's it. Let's see if he sinks. Actually fitted there, it's kind of annoying. Got paints up. Yeah, I'm precog. I would bomb it, but it goes through bomb. So. Got 20 on our damage. Gonna AFK a bit. Here's me, hopefully this breaks. Hopefully it gets me out of the Nahj. Got some CDs there. I would have liked to get more, but Druid is really good. They're probably the best melee besides Outlaw. And way easier to play and less frustrating to play than Outlaw. Not nearly as much APM, you're just passively immune to way more CC. And you get to have actual burst. So it's like easier to close out a game too. You don't need like some like perfect CC chain to kill anything, you just solo people with Incarn sometimes. Especially at the lower ratings. I'm dead here. Guy still has bubble. Now I'm playing like maximum one shot. He just greeds his bubble even though he has it. Play mob classic. I'll try it, but also I don't even know if I'll still be playing by then. Depends on how absorbed I am into IRL. If I go back into just part-timing streaming. And what they do with it. They need to through the no changes crowd and make changes. It needs solo queue and a bunch of other stuff. It's probably the weakest expansion for Rogue. Like RMD is good, but yeah. Late mob, which is what you're gonna play the whole way through. You're not gonna play it incrementally of it changing every patch. It's just gonna be warlocks. Warlock Hunter, Warlock Ellie, Warlock Mage, Warlock Shadow Priest, Warlock Windwalker. Instant Blood Fear is just really, really good. Monk is also really good into Rogue. They get an extra trinket for no reason. Getting into a blind sap. Yeah, he's just cutting me too much. The CDs. Good dome. Try not to auto T here. I'm like on the cusp. Wasting it. Someone fakes me, but he's not even playing precog. That grip would have been really good there, but he had it. That peeler out of nothing because he's AFK half the game. And it breaks to nothing. He doesn't Tremor the Fear, but the Warrior just says AoE Zerker Shout and Tremors the Sealer for him. A pre-earthen air. Farms me before they go on air. Look at this, crit, he dies. Deleted. Big delete. How you doing, Denny? I'm gonna try Magheart Orc on Tuesday. Just see how it goes. Tenure, yeah. There's a couple people that like 9 to 10. It blows my mind. I've only been like full time for like 2 or 3 years, but like of my like 73,000 followers, like 50 plus of them were like my first couple of years in MOP. That's what everyone would. I had to like average like 500 viewers to even get partner back then. Nowadays, like partner is like 50 viewers. I think that was even before like the affiliate program came out. It was after Justin.tv, but yeah. But I wasn't like really full time back then because I had this dumb mental block of quality over quantity, and I would only want to stream like main team threes. And WoW was a very social game when I didn't have main team every day, so it was like I would just stream like a couple hours a week. I really regret that I didn't just fully grind and not really care about my rating and shouldn't just send a bunch of like viewer games and stuff back then. Like Peekaboo was like 2 or 3 expansions ahead of me on the spam viewer games meta. I was like really stubborn on it into like for all of like WoD and like all of like Legion and most of BFA. And then in Shadowlands I was like, fuck it, we're just full-time solo queue Andy almost just to make sure I can stream every day. Because consistency is really important. It's hard to have it in a really social networked political game. Unless like you're on a tournament team, and even then they don't really want you to practice on stream. Really hard to have people that want to like actually play every single day. Unless like your BattleNet is like completely full and you're like broken Giga S tier bottom. And everyone just, and you're like one of the only 3 or 4 people that can play the bottom. And you just have a line of people wanting a free carry. Like if you're like Chanimal, you know, and it's just like, then yeah, you just have queues whenever you want, even as a DPS, but it is brutal to find queues every day. Even then, even if I play like an alt at like 2-4, it's like a 7-minute queue nowadays. I don't play real threes that often until it's like the end of the season to go for like rank 1. Might kill through in Ranger Gen. Close. Might sap because of the bomb. Drop combat. We'll just gouge. Won't be able to sap this. I thought he would trinket. It was really good that he held that. I'm just gonna run here. Can't stop the hex because I stepped him. Might be dead soon. Yeah. We still had double paint sub swap everything there, but I think you could still paint sub me in the lasso, but I just kind of all in a little too hard. Also, I'm squishier if I'm playing this build because I don't have the second vanish. Okay, close to 2-1 yet? Gotten him a couple hundred already. Might mix it up kind of soon, but for variety's sake. We've done a decent handful, right? Now we can like finish your 2-1 another day if you want it. I don't think we're doing that. Hit the sap. Meld the storm bolt. Doesn't go off in time. Getting disarmed off this. I didn't contribute any offense yet, so it's really good that he's wasting all these peels when I haven't played yet. Huge abyss. Blind this guy's trinket in a second. Meld the storm bolt. Gouging trinket. Oh, he actually sits that. That's crazy. Take a vis crit. Doesn't do much because everything shipped at him, but gotta go get the grounding for his ulti pen. He got it himself. Take that. Do a cheap shot. Maybe a gouge. I get disarmed. I'll disarm wreck. Gotta get hexed off this probably. Fakes me, but he's not playing precog. So he fakes the tremors. Killed it. Cap stun. Okay. I just threw kind of here. I thought my secret tech was off CD from the slice. I didn't want to like waste all my damage modifiers doing it this early. But I kind of held like 2 globals because of that. Pick the hex, disarm when the warrior gets to me. Gouge for a fear. I'll just blind since we didn't get it. And my kick. Maybe just dual healer defensively and for CC. I don't have damage for a while anyway. Damage in 20. They both have trinket for it anyway, so I don't even need to try to like force a duel or something. It sucks to press it to get a trinket because my cooldowns don't necessarily outtrade theirs in terms of how long I have to wait to do damage. Here's the big of this. Maybe he chokes. Nope. I'm probably dead on this. Guy doesn't even trinket my full one shot. Can meld Stormbolt in 5 when it's off CD. Actually, you just waste truck with DR. And I guess it's not a waste if I just die in it. We're gonna mix it up. I got you another day. Nope, I'm gonna mix it up though. Yeah, my girlfriend paints my nails. And right now they're pretty chipped, but crazy that guy just started holding his trinket even on the full one shot. Scary because he could just press in Rage Regen while stunned. That's like hard to actually have a win con into that. It'd be scarier if they had an H-Pal though too. Sub Resto is not great. It'd be better if I was Outlaw, but Maybe I just set up my bars for outlaw in between the queues. I only have my outlaw set up for Nahj, not on this rogue. Invited this guy, but so rogues use dual daggers nowadays. The slow offhand was just to have mastery. Now you can just craft everything to have perfect stats. You get more passive combo points and more energy regen. Because the shadow technique passive or whatever is based on number of autos. Almost every other proc in the game for outlaw and sub is normalized except for that one. One called. It is I'm made of wax. Larry, what are you made of? By A Day to Remember. A long ass title. It's actually auto playing this right now. This is like going off my playlist, but did I add this to the playlist? Not bad. Yeah, I just have like Smart Shuffle on or whatever, and it's like a 17-hour playlist of a bunch of different genres. Sucks this is my blades, but did feint this. Being kind of greedy. Gouged me for free. We cloak it. Oh, we didn't even. That's awkward because now I can't cloak it. Can I get a clean meld though? I meld bugs, so I have to just trinket the Simon. And I defensively bomb myself. He still has trinket paint sub swap for me, but I could die in a duel no trinket. Even though he has no blades. Paint subs me should be okay. There's the Ray of Frost, maybe not actually. more exhale Kush. Doing, being like 8 times behind on damn. In van the whole game. Because double DPS just gets countered. As long as I don't just trinket non-blades, I'm immortal. It also was just unlucky that I found him and sapped him twice. Like, that's pretty brutal for his pop. Hopefully we don't just die here. I guess I gotta just trinket on this. Not gonna trinket. Maybe melt sap him in a sec. The dragon stunned me on accident, so I don't get the trinket. Trinket's gouge, that's crazy. Guy's smart and he dies in a duel in a minute. Do a couple fake goes in between now and then. Images from the monk. Get into that, feels bad. Damage in 20 though. I might die this global. Yeah. Oh, that sucks. I 100-0 him in a duel in 20 seconds. Actually 10 seconds. Needed to live there, but the downside of just playing T. If I just played the normal build, I'd be fine there. I don't know how Kalvish likes the T build, but I guess he hasn't played sub in like months, I feel like. I can just do so much more with subterfuge and T vanishes. But I want to also like be more warmed up on T for next week to test the other racial changes. I want to see if like mag heart work will be good or something. I don't even know what all the Zandalari troll racial things can be, because I think those are all buffed too, right? I know one's like move speed, right? I don't know what all the other Loas are. Wait, let me look all these up. Got Embrace of Akuna. Embrace of Samdi. Oh, the queue bugged. I loaded down too fast. So the bomb somebody one's basically undead, right? You get like a life steal proc. I mean, any of these are just worse than having a third vanish, especially for outlaw. Like, I don't think outlaw or Esser are playable without night elf in comparison to any other racial. You lose so much pressure. Having another entire BTE spam window between the eyes to like keep your drone rush going, or not having another like wave of rote silences everywhere and AoE groats. Like, it's just an insane amount of extra damage. Sub, you can kind of get away with it if you're not playing subterfuge, like if you're playing like the T1 shot. But yeah, you have a bleed proc, 2 plus, 2.5 plus haste procs per minute, or this like lifesteal one. Deals with Versa. And then this is just like a healing one. I think if there was like one of these that got better that wasn't Night Elf, like if they made Meld not drop combat, probably being the Maghar one. I mean, the Worgen one sounds funny, especially for BG Blitz. Just fucking printed all over the place. Especially if I went the move speed gem. Even though that would cost me a lot of mastery, because I'd have to do one of each type of gem or whatever. Yeah, I think no matter what, Night Elf is just better. I was asking Kel why he's Zandalari. He said he had a $150 dono to go Zandalari. That makes sense. Hold out, feels bad. I got him out though. Stunned him on his dance. He's sad. Oh, he gets feared on his trinket. We're getting polyed out of this though. So he's gonna get a re unless we dot him. Sap, we're chilling. I just do 3 saps to reset the stun DR. One more sap. I can just kidney it. Or he can van and I'm bad. Bro, I cannot cheap shot this guy to save my life. Comes out the dots, hopefully. I can die here in a bomb. Hopefully he domes it. Where's the dome at? Where's the dome at? No, we're choking. That was way too close. I was like, there's no way I don't just get felled out of the DB for free, where he doesn't pre-dome the bomb. Scary. Hopefully he gets me. If I can kill this totem, nice. His fade. Light off that for a sap. Got paints up. CDs, disarm it. I don't know if we needed paints up. I already traded, but pick priest in a sec. AK rooted. Hopefully death set. Got trinket and PS. Run over, fake his fade. Find the ulti. Should be able to sap it with meld. Base combat for no reason. Try to gouge, but I get incap. Got breaks. Pick the ulti. Duel for CC and defensively. Stun the ulti. I'm too energy starved to stun it. We're dying randomly. Please don't die, man. I love enhance having thunderstorm. Hopefully I get a grip or something. Otherwise I die this global. That sucks. That should be a pretty free matchup. I don't think the meta will really change that much. Like, I think Holy Priest will still be bad. I think Rest of the Druid will still be bad. There's certain specs that are just unbuffable. Because the meta is like multiple expansions ahead of everything else in terms of just quality of life. Like, why willingly opt into having cooldowns and having counterplay when you could just have backups for your backups backup level of balance and equality? Like, H-Priest, they just give it these tiny little crumbs. And then every time Resto Druid gets anything, it's usually accompanied with like a nerf right next to it to keep it where it's at. This is like the first time where they've gotten a pure buff, even though it's like only 5%. Like H-Pals and Ellies and BM Hunters and stuff are just in a whole different expansion. Outlaw, Feral. I mean, the game's never been balanced ever, but I feel like the imbalances are always more noticeable when the game is like PvE. Like the less interactive and less like CC based the game is, and like the less viable, like even though 2 should never be balanced, the less viable double DPSs and 2s is kind of just the more damp and uninteractive the game is. And when that's going on, it just becomes, did you pick the most immortal class that has the most uptime and the most DPS? Because everything gets kind of homogenized at that point. Like, I would say the majority of Shuffle is just Warlocks, Shadow Priests, Ellies, BM Hunters, and Holy Pallies. It's like the vast majority of Shuffle. Occasionally, 1 or 2 other specs will sneak into a lobby, and that's about it. But for the most part, those will be 4 out of 6 of the players in every single lobby. I said SP. Pretty much in any given 6-player lobby, 4 out of 6 players are those specs. Oh, I tried to sap that. Got mage coming out of the block. Invasion the bash. We're just playing way too aggro for having no trinket. And no skin. Getting knocked into the ring. A little scary that I triggered an aggro. I can die in a stun soon. If he is playing Ray or anything. I somehow biffed my kick. Gonna lose my crit proc. I'm in too much CC. Palm this poly on me. Getting double Dragon's Breath though. Maybe Sap Mage, shake it yet. I have Cloak, I'm just being kind of greedy. He veins though, so I have to press it. Blind Mage, gouging his trinket. Kick clone. Audio settings, sure. I also have. Oh, I'll do it slower. The annoying thing is whenever you have a mute bind and you unmute and remute, it always unchecks dialogue. It rechecks dialogue and ambient. So I just have to keep them at 0 so that it doesn't turn itself back on every time. Roll, thank you so much. 9-month resub. But I have an add-on to mute extra sound effects and stuff that are annoying. Actually, I don't even think I have it right now. And then the Shadow Strike and old school kidney noises are a combination of Leatrix and Sweet Sour's custom audio. The description on how to set that up's in my Discord. You want like custom sounds for kidney and sheep. So it's a multi-step process with 2 different add-ons, but. And then yeah, I think you can just get like the mute annoying WoW sounds thing. Or I think it's also built into Leatrix. You use Leatrix Plus, I think you can go into like here. You can mute like a lot of like the mounts and stuff like that. I'll give them the opener even though it's bad. Actually, I find the guy. We got Trinket, Defensive Blind. Thomas me here, but I'm fine with that. He didn't blades or anything, so he's not going to force anything. Step arm behind his evasion. It's awkward because now I don't have to step to chase him to stop the re, but hopefully my priest can help me stop the re. Tried to evasion the disarm, but it hit me through it. Blades is me. Wants them DR for 8. Turns me back on air. My disarm wasn't great, even though it was off stun DR. Oh, I could have ended that. I'm a little scared, kind of, but he's getting the ulti off. We didn't need the paints up because this is our go. He's gonna have blades in 40 and we won't have a paints up now. We only really need to respect blades. Fighting this go because he landed CC. Not blades, should be okay. Nice sphere. Defensively blinds me again. Defensively bombs? Question mark? Voice crack? Question mark? I'm off stun DR in 8, so. Arm his blades. This is the only moment I could die. Please don't let us die here. Nice, we're chilling. Defensively duels. Held to drop combat to get the sap. Stays combat for no reason. No Shadow Fiend out or anything. We're gonna get double feared off this. Painted this. I might still Trinket Cloak even though it's not blades. I have to. I might still be dead through it. What broke that? That's awkward. I'm gonna die because of that. Pick the penance. Think of this crit, should die. Cheat death always working. I break that. Big of Isto, you can die. the Searing Glare go off. Spells it. Farm the CDs. Take the rep into a blind sap. Get bubble. I suggested to get better gear. You just gotta play a lot. You could start with you have gold buying just like the green gear. But honestly, just do the honor grind. It takes a couple hours, get your honor gear or something. Or just go straight into 2's under geared. If you have a friend that's willing to try to carry you or something to get started. Way more brutal on your first character than follow-up characters, because if it's like an alt, you could just like mail conquest boxes and stuff. And like kind of funnel gear from your main. Same with like funneling honor. But yeah, just gotta grind. Think of this crit. Take Searing Glare in a sec probably after I get the spell out of Nahj. Called it. From that. Find off a kick into a sap. Have to meld to get the sap though. Go resap. Go a bomb. Do a cheap shot. Brilliant, thanks man. Give them the opener even though it's bad. And I'll be lining my healer because of meld. Still doing it though. CBA waiting like 2 minutes for the game to start. Oh, that's awkward. I was gonna actually go him. Somehow I didn't flag there. They're not gonna line up now. Blind stop. Getting stun cloned. Gonna switch the clone to my healer now, bro. I'm gonna get half feared out of this. They're gonna go me out of the half fear. Oh, they're half MCing me for no reason. Okay. I mean, I guess they're win carning him. Hopefully we live. Look at this. Dance or meld or vanish. It's just situational. It's whatever I got in the moment. And whether I want to use the vanish more defensively or I don't want to double dance ago or getting feared. Can't avoid it. Oh, I'm getting cloned instead off of a root. Rare to see them actually smork my healer like this. But I think it's kind of working for them. I'm not gonna duel this. I don't have a lot of damage. Could have dodged the double fear. I dodged his fear. Just Odelayed that and ran to the side. Stopped attacking for a second and let him solo fear my healer. Let this guy fake clone like 20 times in a row. He's never actually gonna cast it. He's got a win card in 10. I vanished this clone. We got Trinket there. That's really good. Comes the incarn really soon. I'm gonna get root cloned and feared here. Try to avoid the fear, but I can't. Maybe it'll break the bleeds, like an evasion. That doesn't break. I'm dead. He just triple stuns me because he's the real sub-rogue. Barrel is just like an Asa sub outlaw, all the benefits of all three crumpled into one. We just gotta time our defensives a little better. Like we wasted most of them, but we just gotta get some fears out of stun and gouge. I think we already got them there, 1800 though, so we'll do like one more and mix it up. 2560. For reference, number one sub. I'm number 1, 2, and 3. But number 1 sub is number 12 Outlaw and number 40 BM Hunter. I'd say Asa is the easiest. Sub is one of the worst specs you can pick right now. It's only really worse, or it's only really better than like Resto Druid, Holy Priest, Resto Shaman. Like the bottom 3 healers are probably worse than sub. But almost every other spec in the game is at least A tier. Best melee is probably Outlaw and then Feral. Like I would say Outlaw, Feral, maybe even Survival are probably the only S tier melee right now. But almost everything else in the game is kind of A tier. Except for sub. Sub is like B or C. You just don't have enough scoreboard damage. You can cheese like bad players, but then you get like a double HPAL lobby where you just have to force like 10 cooldowns in 2 minutes somehow. And it just doesn't happen. I mean, sub should just be the rogue spec though. They don't balance Warlock around Chanimal. Really dumb that like Asa and Outlaw are always the better spec, like 90% of the time. Outside of Shadowlands. For like the last 10 years. Because it's always like, you know, they're just better PvE specs. And consistency wins games. Like, I'm all for specs like Fury and Asa to exist as kind of like accessibility specs that are in a BM Hunter, etc. But they should fall off after like Gladiator. Like they should never be competitively viable. Demo lock. You should just have the level of counterplay that Sub Rogue actually has. Hopefully gets me second blind priest, but he's gonna die this global. I could have blinded priest sooner, but he had flag, so it would have broke. I was still like building my stacks on priest. So if I did any finishers on shaman, the blind would have broken. So I had to wait 3 seconds to blind, and then he died before I could do it. By the time flag ended. Yeah, we're gonna mix it up. We got them their 1800 at least, but yeah. Outlaw has 0 burst. It's just completely a support spec. You're just literally basically a tank. A mobile tank that just gives their teammates tricks and haste. And you run around spamming little 600k multi-hit moves. And you still do last on damage. It's just not excited, and it's high RNG. And then Asa, you just have to, you can't really ever press your offensive cooldown because there's just 5 million ways for people to remove bleeds. There's dwarfs, survival, mending bandage. There's, you know, paladins, 2 to 3 paladins almost in every game with just multiple bops. Dragons also having a 1-minute bleed dispel. I would say Asa's probably the easiest for shuffle though, by a lot. Just because even though it's squishier and the healers are bad in shuffle, it has enough burst to close out a game, and then bleed execute wins you a lot of games on accident, where a teammate bursts someone like 60 to 10 and then you finish them off on accident while you're not even on them. That happens a lot. And then Garrote is just a whole nother DR of CC. And it helps you train some of the casters like Boomy and Locke and Ellie. Do any more view games? Yeah. you're a healer, you know, I'm not gonna do double rogue or anything, but I would say Asa is probably like the most quality of life though in shuffle, because you can just burst people. We could do some rogue mage. There's like a cheese build where you can get like a 5 million in venom, but in general, the quality of life of those is really poor. But Outlaw is also giga frustrating in shuffle. Like only like fun in like tournament games with like the best partners that you can support really well. Because you just have no burst and like self agency to like close out the game. You just do good micro CC and then you hope whatever Ellie, Hunter, Mage, Shadow Priest, Lock, you know, you're playing with just 50-0s them for you. While you're just spamming cheap shot in BTE. And it doesn't always translate to shuffle. Because Outlaw needs like these really, really long dampening games. Could try Boomy, maybe. I should just start playing my Windwalker more, especially when they get buffed next week. I'm on Tychondrius. On NA. And then I have a Europe rogue as well. That's just Nahj on Ravencrest. But I'm primarily NA. For sure. Whenever Rogue opens first tends to throw this matchup. But I also just can't coin flip that my mage is going to beat their mage in the 1v1. He's going to cancel this to DB me after he block heals all the way. Rogue's going to trinket this and then die. Probably dead soon. Yeah. It's always sketchy to be the one that opens first, but I just have no choice. I don't think fire can beat a mage like Frost Mage 1v1. But yeah, whatever rogue can stun the other rogue 2 times just auto wins the game. In that matchup. Especially if they're not an orc. Or the mages don't do a good job peeling with like mass barrier or getting like a good DB or something. Maybe I shouldn't have tried to all in the mage either. Even though he did blink in aggro. Yeah, I felt it out for a couple globals before I did it. I saw him blink in and I didn't want to risk it. But riskier, honestly. Yeah, I'm not playing as good as I was like 8 hours ago, so I'm probably only gonna play a handful of these, maybe like another 20 minutes. And then I probably gotta go do some IRL stuff. I don't really need a DB for free because got the first. Fiend. We didn't really need to go for half CC here because we're not gonna force more. Like we should just be at the pillar chilling, and then in like 10 seconds we play the game. So yeah, now we just don't have DRs for a while. We still try to do kidney blind sap though, I guess. We got trinket. Now we run. Goes over. We don't even need to sheep here because we don't have stun DRs anymore. I have cloak. I refuse to press it right now. Can be. Go. It's gonna be bubble, so I just pre-bomb. Try to get a big duel here if I can move. Yeah, no, we're fine. I just get hodged anyway. I'll have my second vanish. I'm just gonna eat. Unfortunately, we are fire and not frost, so we don't have a second block to heal with. So we don't have that many more goes left in us. Even though we should. There's disperse again. The beauty of an H-Pal. Probably still has another bop and still has his bubble and still has his life swap, and then probably will have another disperse, and then we'll probably have to get another H-Pal trinket and then probably another SP trinket. But if we keep that mindset of, okay, we got a trinket, AFK, okay, we got a trinket, AFK, and we do that, we can maybe kill them in like 10 more goes. But yeah, we can't really all in unless we're going H-Pal. Gotta accept that it goes over and like wait for the next go more and just avoid taking damage. We have to have like perfect altars, good kicks, good runs, maybe an eat, and probably you should be frost and get 2 block heals off. But that's not like the only way we live kind of long enough where we can get multiple trinkets, multiple disperses, multiple bops, bubble, and swap out of the way. I mean, it's really just that Rogue Mage 2s isn't viable. Unless you're like multi-rank ones, like smurfing hundreds of rating lower than you belong. Like if it's like me and Aegis like playing at like 2-1 or like 2-2, then like sure. If we play like actually perfect and we get lucky and it's like a okay matchup, like possible, but it's not really that viable. I mean, at this MMR we should win in pretty early. We should be able to win in like a couple goes, but most teams should be, if they played well, would like if I'm fighting myself as like healer DPS versus double DPS, I should win 99 out of 100 times. As long as I just put on defensive talents, I don't trinket aggro. The priest just dispersed first global. I don't think they really panicked at all. Alright, so here you're just gonna DB warrior from invis, and I'll sap the healer as you DB. That way we don't have to worry about like blade storm or anything. You don't even need the G-Pie. Why are you playing G-Pie, man? Gotta invis though to get over there for the DB without them getting combat. Right up the storm. Job. Bring it disarms me, that goes over. Weapon enchant proc the dot on me though, so I can't get a clean re. Get a free crit buff though from killing the totem. Free enrage regen. Lassos me. I thought I was lining that, but okay. We can just go with bomb here since you landed the CS. You don't even need the CC. Gets the sheep off the kick. That's good. One more stun. Blind if he trinkets. Tried to trinket to sap his trinket. It's fine though. Get the grounding for him. Kick the hex. Waiting on stun DR or sheep DR before I stun. Hopefully he sheeps that. Doesn't get the sheep. Go back to AFK. That was like our go that we're supposed to win. Because now the warrior's going to have trinket back. And then he's going to have enrage regen back. And then the shaman's going to have trinket again back. We have to get like 4 perfect goes in a row basically. Have a chance, but I mean, he gets his own DB YOLO sheep. I'm this guy. Maybe he'll trinket aggro for no reason, even though he doesn't have trinket. Okay, we can kill here. Even though this guy's a northern. He does his own panda into half sheep or something. Like a vis crit. Big secret attack. Down he goes. Yeah, Tyke is like the main PvP server for NA. Yeah, it is good when you do the kind of solo DB sheep like off of like a CS Then I get to just go with the lockout, which is good. I don't have to run back and forth. Get a bind. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Are you just like looking for the armory link for like my gear and stuff, or? That's where we're good for low rated shovels. I would say Asa is the easiest work spec, yeah. You're gonna put a ceiling on yourself though. About like all the bleed removals and stuff. More RNG than outlaw. Like RNG is outlaw RNG gameplay. Asa is RNG matchups, which is like way worse than RNG gameplay. Sub is one of the worst specs you could play, even if you are a rank 1. So I would say just play Outlaw personally, but a lot of people also, I don't know, it depends on like how serious you are. If you want like to go full tournament mode and you're going peak sweaty and you just want, and you love dampening, but you kind of want like a mix of what Sub Rogue is. Like Sub Rogue is full CC doing stuff, and then Asa is full PvE. And then Outlaw's kind of in the middle. It's like a PvE sub-rogue that's tankier and more mobile. So like if you're going peak sweaty, Outlaw makes more sense. But if you're just not going to put in any effort and you just want to play, you know, you're just chilling, Asa's going to be way easier. But like, at that point, if your goal is to not put in effort, you should just play a different class. Because even Asa is not going to be that easy. Like, if you just want the quality of life that almost any other class has, don't play Rogue. You're not a masochist. Like, you will just have a 100 times easier time just playing, like, Feral or Hunter or, you know, even Fury Warrior. Maybe even DK after the buff, I'm not sure. Like, Outlaw is the best melee in the game. If you're like one of 4 people in the world and you're like a tournament rogue. And then Asa, you're just coin flipping your matchups. And then Sub is literally extinct. I'm pretty much the only Sub rogue. I'm a fucking unicorn. In terms of representation on the ladder. Like, the only one that queues any shuffle. I'm like number 1, 2, and 3 sub rogue at such a low rating. Like, me being number 1 sub rogue is the equivalent of number 12 on Outlaw and number 40 on BM Hunter. Like, the 40th ranked BM Hunter is the same rank as me as the number 1 sub rogue. So it's just, yeah, very much extinct. Like, obviously Calvish could like queue and push, you know, and it's pushable. Even though you have to be a masochist to play it, and it's clunky and frustrating, and you know, you're just trying to cheese people, and most games you're not winning, the other team is just losing. And you could easily tell them 2 or 3 things to beat you every time, even though you're putting in more effort than them. Like, in general, you just want to play PvE classes that have high uptime and are immortal. Like, Feral just has higher quality of life than Rogue. Yeah, you should play Frost. Fire is not really that good. We've tried to buff fire a couple times and it does nothing. It just casts less, is tankier, and you just control more space throughout the map, and you get to pad harder on pets. And there's so many pet classes. Breaking CC is just part of the game. Almost everything in the game breaks everything. Don't expect CC to ever work unless you're a hunter with diamond dice or cyclone. Or the enemy team is like super spread out on like opposite sides of the map. And you're kind of like planning your CC around a step kick. Where it's like, oh nice. The healer's at the pillar and I kicked him into a gouge, into a stun. And even then, they're probably randomly dotted by like a moonfire or a flame shock, and then you can't gouge anyway. Or a DK disease, or... What do you do with bloody tokens? Pretty much nothing. But I guess you could disenchant things if you wanted to, but it's gonna make you like 1,000 gold. I wouldn't really pick up professions just to do that. You know, you might as well almost just vendor the items at that point. Or just do a one world quest. I kind of way overstayed in here. But I was trying to see if I can get bubble. I got both trinkets though. I break the pre-panda, I didn't know he was doing it. Blind off the kick. I could sap that. Tried to bomb in case he trinket swapped, but he bubbled instead. Or a reset maybe, couldn't. Done just to see if he waste sank, but I'm gonna get feared. I think we're just dead here. He has cauterized, but no block for it. I'm getting feared. He missed the fear on me, actually. He just dies, yeah. They still had multiple more CDs to go through, too. It wasn't even... Like, we needed, like, 3 or 4 more goes, almost. Because the Ret's able to just wall while stunned almost every other stun of the game. I don't think really bloody token gear ever really matters because it's not outside of the first month of the season because it's not best in slot. I think the bigger issue is that you can't send the crafting things to your ults because so many classes just wear mostly crafted gear, and the conquest boxes don't really get the job done if the conquest gear isn't even bis. Roomage viable? Not really. In threes, yeah. If you play Outlaw Frost and you only fight other rogue teams. Otherwise, even then, like unless you're like Waz's main team or something, it's just inferior to Rogue Warlock and Rogue Boomy. In every matchup except for fighting the mirror. But then like Rogue Mage is good into like Rogue Boomy. But that's like about it. Yeah, it'd be really nice if I could just like send these to my alts for crafted gear. A lot of specs don't go that heavy on Versa. I might make this one LG though for the day. I'm getting kind of fried. I don't want to be cranky. And then tomorrow, I think I have IRL plans, so I might actually have to have a day off this week, even though I'm trying to cut back on any time off, but a few things I gotta get done. But yeah, Monday, probably do some EU shuffles, start early, try to do it like a 10-hour day or something. Getting stuff done, I mean, yeah. In this economy, people get days off. Why is the game cam so zoomed in? Is it for the main horizontal stream or the vertical one? Like you might be on the YouTube short kind of live. Like for that one it is really zoomed in. It's like hard to fit the whole UI on it. Also in the starting room it's just more zoomed in. Feels like you're in a room. So the camera's like hitting a wall. I tried to gouge that, but I couldn't get in front of him. Guy just AMS twice back to back. Build the trinket. Evasion so he can't death strike. Big of his crit. Blind off that even though it's DR. Into a DR cheap shot. Solo bomb. He's not even gonna life swap is the crazy thing. Finally life swaps. We have no blocks so we're gonna die. Pick penance, but I'm gonna get feared for that. Kid Nate. Big of his crit. He gets a CS. Surely we can kill him the counter spell, right? Nope, AMS. Okay, we actually do kill, nice. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break. I'll catch you guys on Monday. Yeah, the horizontal is less zoomed in. It's just a different layout for the UI and everything. Yeah, I will catch you guys on Monday. Have a good weekend, even though the weekend is almost over. Oh, yeah, one more day. I feel like I teach you when I say like see you Monday, even though it's like Saturday night and not a Friday night. Yeah.